Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Late Show. We're a little late, uh, as I'm wont to, but we're here. Let's talk about watches. I'm your host, Young Brando. We are back with another auction preview filled show. This is going to be great. There's some very interesting watches at in Eichen, which I think mostly concluded. Um, and then there's a bunch of new lots just starting today, and it's mind-blowing stuff. There's a whole timed auction that they're starting later today in Zurich, local time, with a private collection of debutunes. We started dipping into that auction last night at the end of the broadcast, and I was fading a little bit. I'm sorry about that. It was a long day. I was a little tired, but we're here. We're going to start from the beginning and finish strong. So, we're also going to look at the Sotheby's Paris Fine Watches auction. There are about 17 lots from there. A lot of interesting pieces, a lot of the usual suspects. One part of it that makes it so educational is we keep seeing the same pieces over and over again, and you more or less start learning about how they land. If some of you would be interested in it, I'm also happy to look at how some of the auctions that we looked at in terms of previews, whether it was Sotheby's London or Bonhams, we can certainly roll back and take a look at how they have unfolded. But I don't think there were any real surprises, to be brutally honest. Um, so let's start with um, the Sotheby's Paris, actually, that is coming up in March, namely March 8th. Sorry about that. There we go. I'm going to put the link right here so you can perhaps click. And if you want me to pay attention to any of the particular lots, if you want me to talk about anything specific, feel free to send it in with a super chat. In either case, I will start with this particular FP Jean. This is a piece uh, we have seen in a very familiar cast at in Eichen. There's less than 8 hours for that one to close. That one had a starting bid of, let's do it comparable. I will convert it to euro. That had a starting bid of 70,000 euros and a fixed price of 150,000. And the current bid stands at 130,200 euro with less than 8 hours to go now in Eichen, Zurich. That's lot 59. And here we have, for the March auction that's coming up, an Octa Réserve de Marche in platinum. And the movement is in brass, as it says here, Mouvement 1 Laiton. So this is a piece from 2001, of course, that would be predictable, and it has that sort of matte gold dial, kind of maybe like a Grenet pattern on it that makes it look somewhere between champagne or salmon. I love salmon dials, so maybe I want to see that shade in it. Feel free to correct me, because from this angle it looks pure yellow, like my little sweatshirt here. And as you can see, it has that earlier version of the FP Jaune rotor weight, guilloche decorated, with perhaps sharper angles um, on the notches, and kind of more Art Deco type of logo right there. And as you can see, the brass movement version of caliber 1300. And otherwise, aesthetically speaking, the piece doesn't really differ in any radical way from how these pieces are today. The piece we had looked at in Eichen yesterday was a 38 millimeter piece. This is a 40 millimeter. This particular watch is still offered by FP Jaune with that particular choice, with that particular option, and in platinum, and either in platinum or pink gold as well, alternatively. So that's that much has not changed, but of course the movements are now entirely executed in pink gold instead of brass. And I guess that can be a quick education for some people in the audience who might not be extremely familiar with these quirks and kinks of watch collection. People usually get very obsessed about pieces that are discontinued altogether, or aspects of watches that are still available but that used to be a certain way. And there's no objective way, of course, of understanding these. There's not a single rule, because from a certain standpoint, François Paul Jaune himself was so proud of having made that transition that he never looked back. And in fact, when he prepared that chronomètre Sovran with the especially engraved bridge dedicated to George Daniels that he presented to Dr. Daniels himself, he wrote a letter accompanying the piece where he gushed over how beautiful the movement is in that platinum case, entirely executed in pink gold, in 18 karat pink gold. So it's something that he took, and he still takes a lot of pride in. But of course, since he has made that transition, since he's never really looking back, these things having been discontinued simply exploded in price. Of course, that is taking place, that is happening within the larger context of FP Jaune watches gaining a sort of public recognition. And not to forget, getting that extra push of capital behind them since 2017 by Chanel's acquisition of a minority stake in the company. It's a beautiful piece, though, no doubt about that, even though I'm more partial to hand-wound FP Jaunes. There is something that is just discordantly beautiful and rustic about that asymmetric dial layout of an Octa Réserve de Marche. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece. This is a lot that is listed with an estimated value of to 120,000 euro. It wouldn't surprise me that if it went all the way. I was just mentioning to you that in the In Eichen auction that's about to close in 8 hours, you have a 38 millimeter version of that watch that is otherwise a dead ringer to it. Also with the brass movement, of course, having been produced again roughly around the same time, 2001. This is in fact number 89-10A, and we can even check that and see if they're anywhere close in number. Oh, I mean, it's a little different because this is 01A, which probably is a code for the location. I'm not all the way hip with FB Jean serial numbers, so I do apologize for that. This is a lovely piece, and it is it has an estimated value. I think that reflects the insanity of the market still, because with FB Jean, you're talking about not artificial scarcity, right? You're talking about generally watches that are made in less than 1,000 units per year. So with this sort of public recognition, with this sort of understanding, this sort of embrace of François Paul Jean as the patron saint of independent watchmaking and as an artist in his own rights, these pieces are fated to go above and beyond, and in a way have a life that's almost independent of the rest of the market. You can say the same thing about the holy trinity of hype watches. The stainless steel Rolex Daytona with the ceramic bezel, 116500LN. Patek Philippe Nautilus, especially in stainless steel, but really in any version, but certainly 5711. And also, of course, the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, again in stainless steel. And you can take your pick between the two major references of the jumbo so far, which are 5402 and 15202. There are so many other references, but in many ways, they're even more rare and even more limited in number and even crazier in terms of the asking price. Even those watches have come down, by the way, in the wake of the market crash since last March. So maybe it's a little bit of an exaggeration to say that they have almost an independent life, because FB Jean's watch, Chronomètre Bleu, which is supposed to be their entry level, at least as it is offered in retail, itself having at some point started touching six figures, has gone back down to 70s now. So it's even there things are coming down somewhere between 15, 20, and $30. But when it comes to the rarest of rare, discontinued and collectible, then you're stepping into another world, right? It's kind of Basquiat selling for millions of dollars, whereas your neighborhood artist might still be struggling to make ends meet. And in many ways, the watch market has become that as well, right? At the lowest entry level of the luxury market, watches that are priced around $3,500 and less, you basically have an impending sense of doom, because ultimately that segment of the market has mostly been taken over by the advent of the smartwatch, especially the Apple Watch. That being said, at the haute horlogerie type of market, which is, of course, a term that the Swiss watch industry got from fashion industry, from the whole term of haute couture, and sort of applied it to their art, to their craft, by highlighting these aspects of artisanship, tradition, handcrafts, so on and so forth. So on the one hand, you have an entire segment of the market at its death throes. You have other segments of the market that are trying to save themselves by upmarketing their product, by simply increasing their price and trying to place themselves in the market in that way without necessarily adding value to their product, which I'm sure in the long term would not escape the eyes and attention of knowledgeable consumers like you. And this is why this platform exists. And you have brands that are, in fact, at that very privileged segment of the market, where either they have the hundreds of years of tradition that makes them recognizable as a brand, or have simply ridden on this wave of the rise of independent watchmaking and its ascendance in public recognition, and used that trend, used that hype to their advantage, and in a meaningful way, and in a way that genuinely established a bond with their customers by not only giving them the best possible product, but also by providing them an experience, by really addressing them, relating to them at a personal level, at a human level, which, seems very self-evident at some level. Timepiece Esquire, hey man, thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate you. You are my Southern California friend. I hope we will get to meet at some point. Thomas Broadbent, Grammy After Party. Hey, I haven't actually watched it. I'm so sorry. St. Peter, nice to see you. Sorry, guys. I was talking, and because I run the show on my own, sometimes I miss what's going on in the chat. So I do apologize. Timepiece Esquire 9.99 super chat for the most knowledgeable, hardworking, and principled watch YouTuber on the net. TPE, Timepiece Esquire. I appreciate you, my beautiful Armenian friend. Thank you. I hope we will have a chance to meet at some point. I know you value your privacy. I know you value your anonymity, so I don't want to impinge on that, but I hope the day will come soon enough. So I was saying, it might be self-evident, right? We were just talking about how the Swiss watch industry, especially with the ascendance of luxury conglomerates in terms of the ownership of a lot of these heritage brands, which has been intensifying since 2000s, right? You can basically, between LVMH, Richemont, and the Swatch Group, you can hardly count, anything else at this point. Kering also had a couple of brands, at least. They have already let go Ulysse Nardin and Girard-Perregaux. So some positions are shifting, but the fact remains that with the entrance of these luxury conglomerates, who are basically most invested in integrating the mechanical watch as a luxury good, as a high luxury product. They have basically intensified this emphasis that the Swiss had already um, started articulating in the wake of the quartz crisis, in their emergence from the quartz crisis, right? Because with the advent of the quartz watch and with its proliferation, especially from Asia and Japan specifically, the mechanical watch game stopped being about precision and accuracy. At least that could not be the primary selling point anymore. So a lot of the Swiss heritage makers did very consciously go in that direction of trying to articulate the value of their product in terms of how they continue this centuries old tradition of craftsmanship, uh, of human touch, of a certain kind of art as it melds, as it comes together with technology, as something that can bring both utility into your life, but mostly a lot of emotion and a very intensified bond. So the luxury conglomerates basically intensified this um, idea of the Swiss watch as a pure luxury good, and more or less joined that rhetoric of haute couture, which they were already familiar with, which they already knew very well to execute in terms of their fashion holdings. And they came up with this term, haute horlogerie, which is ultimately really a marketing ploy, really a marketing phrase. This is not to write off what that heading represents in terms of things that we can touch, we can see, we can experience, but we can also understand the fact that the term itself is something that is heavily pumped by uh, by people like Richemont, by well, people, by conglomerates like Richemont, by LVMH, by Kering, by the Swatch Group, so on and so forth. So those brands that can be represented and that can be distributed and marketed by that sort of push of capital, after all, if it weren't for that kind of material support, if there weren't for that kind of infrastructure, we would not have Watches and Wonders, right? There's no more Basel Fair. Yeah, there's no more Basel World. It just doesn't exist anymore. We wouldn't have Watches and Wonders. We would perhaps not have a trade show that would involve so many brands all at once, all together, in all their diversity, and with also other trade shows continuing it. I think the week after there's one that focuses on smaller brands, that shines light on smaller brands. So that whole season in many ways depends on the investment that these luxury conglomerates make. And then in the same way, GPHG, the Grand Prix, the yearly award ceremony that takes place in November, if I'm not mistaken. That in itself would not have existed, even though I think there are a few brands and brand families, let's say, that don't participate in it. I'm trying to remember which ones those were. I think I want to say I'm not sure, for example, if Swatch Group participates in the Grand Prix, in the Grand Prize of horology anymore. I think Richemont itself doesn't participate, except for Van Cleef Arpels. Let me see. Rolex doesn't participate because I think they get their ego hurt when they are not given every single prize. So they send Tudor, which I guess is a lower risk endeavor for them. Richemont actually doesn't participate in GPHG anymore, except for Van Cleef Arpels, which usually submits things more in the jewelry and mechanical clock kind of category. A lot of entries usually to ladies' watches as well, even though Van Cleef Arpels has made great men's watches too in the past. And I think, yes, the Swatch Group doesn't send any watches either, apparently. So that is, in fact, the case. I don't think so. I don't think they can. Well, look, Thomas, I shouldn't make any clear-cut statements. After all, I'm not in the room. You know, I'm not part of these deals or transactions. Everything has a price. So who knows? Maybe one day they will actually end up buying Patek Philippe. But you know, look, there was a window of time before the pandemic where a lot of heritage brands were struggling. They were either on the brink of bankruptcy or they were simply considering folding and moving on. I'm not going to name any names, but there were a few targets of opportunity at that time that could prove very good investments. Patek wasn't really one of them. I think many people have tried buying Patek in the past, but even when times were tougher, like before 2014, for example, they still didn't sell, you know. And Patek has been, you know, Patek has been on a pretty steady rise, I have to say, since 1989, which was their 150th anniversary, and in a way, the advent of their modern age, the beginning of their modern era. Since 2014, they have been making a lot of important moves. You know, they're not necessarily single-handedly responsible for the mainstream picking up the Nautilus as this sort of extremely desirable object, like a hyper collectible sneaker or something of the sort. They're not responsible for that, but you have to take into account how it wasn't simply the alignment of the stars that made it happen, right? Already with 1989, they had started to really rethink their brand globally. They have been participating with auctioneers and others to put together exhibitions on the brand heritage, uh, put out books, um, other sort of informative resources about the brand. Um, Increasingly, they were very self-consciously building up their own museum, right? Philippe Stern was buying up a lot of watches, not only anything and everything significant connected to the Patek Philippe brand, but also basically anything and everything that was connected to Genevan watchmaking through the centuries. Um, and 2014, they had traveling exhibitions about the brand, not only in Geneva, but also in London and beyond. In 2016, they collaborated, with Christie's and others to have a traveling exhibition about both the brand, but mostly about the Nautilus, since it was its 40th anniversary. And yes, that didn't put the watch necessarily on. I'm not sure if it was the exhibition or the Christie's auctions that put the watch on Virgil Abloh's radar or on Drake's wrist or whatever else. I'm not necessarily implying that. But if Patek hadn't been consciously doing these things and very steadily and healthily growing since 1989, I don't think they would have reached this level of public recognition and this level of hype. Seriously, I'm just using it as a neutral word. So I think Patek is not hurting for anything right now, and they absolutely don't need LVMH or Tiffany's help to reach the new reach a new level. I mean, obviously they do value that alliance. Don't take me wrong. I think they're in the process right now of, like you said, redefining that alliance to Tiffany, which is now owned by LVMH, just like they own Bulgari, right? Another very famous jewelry house. As you might know, that's 5711 Tiffany, which was produced in 170 pieces, was actually a response to basically an approach from LVMH, right? LVMH, I think, made a very serious offer with lots of zeros to buy Patek in 2021 or maybe in 2020. And Thierry Stern's response was to say, thank you, no thank you, but we'll give you 170 watches, that will be exclusively yours and that you can, that will have your proprietary color on the dial and whatever else. So it was something very, very much a way of turning them down in a kind of backhanded compliment. Here are 170 watches that recognize 170 years of our collaboration. And if you have visited any Tiffany boutiques these days that are not located in New York City, they have in fact completely eliminated the Patek Philippe corners now. There are no in-store Patek Philippe boutiques in Tiffany and Co. However, when I was in New York last time, um, in the store there, they actually had the entire Patek boutique stocked. It was cases and cases full of watches. So there is something going on there. I think ultimately Tiffany is rethinking that relationship. Maybe Patek is rethinking that relationship on their own end. Um, but I think they want to make it an even more exclusive experience. At least that's what Tiffany is trying to do. It will be something that they will just keep in the iconic Fifth Avenue location. And it will be something that will be for very, very, very important, customers and people with very extensive spending histories with the brand, with the house, um, and God knows, maybe even with LVMH more broadly. Um, I'll say two more things about that, then I will go back to the auctions. One, before these boutique spaces, Patek boutiques within Tiffany locations were cleaned out, they were already emptied out. So you would go to the one in San Francisco, you would go to the one in Beverly Hills, and you would be just greeted with empty cases. A lot of times they had already laid off their watch experts, so there wasn't anyone who was knowledgeable about watches anyways. They weren't getting any watches whatsoever. Um, Forget about the Tiffany dial 5711. They were just not getting any Tiffany watches into the cases, right? Obviously, I'm sure, for their customers who already had a certain history of getting Patek from them, they would probably transfer pieces from New York, etc. Perhaps, I don't know, but it was already a done deal anyways. And when I was in New York and I said there were cases and cases full of watches, I obviously, I didn't have an appointment. I didn't care to set up one. I didn't try to get on their good graces or anything. I just walked into Tiffany's. I just walked towards the Patek boutique and I just started talking. And I wanted to see a few of the watches because I said, hey, unlike your boutique now in Beverly Hills and the San Francisco one I had just visited a couple of months ago, you actually have the watches. Let me see some of them. And he was like, oh, no, sir. We don't, we can't take them out. You can't even touch them. Right. It was kind of like that scene in This Is Spinal Tap, right? This guitar is so special and it has such an incredible sustain, but you can't even touch it, right? But if you could, you would hear it, scream. Anyway, I would probably not. I love the Golden Ellipse, but the current generation is very big. I like them a little smaller. Basically, I think the ideal Golden Ellipse reference for me is the 3738, I want to say. Yeah, that's the one I really like because I've always thought of the Golden Ellipse as a dainty, delicate, very sleek dress watch with a different kind of character. So I would love to have an ellipse, but I wouldn't care twice about what it says on the dial other than Patek Philippe, and certainly I would go with something um, that's old anyways. So I would not be interested in getting anything from. St. Peter says must spend 2 million on jewelry to get Tiffany 5711. Hey, I think, if to get any Patek from them, you already have to spend probably already at least 6 figures with them to get anything at all, because they know now how valuable that signature is on the dial. Whereas it was something that just happened before. St. Peter says, I would go for the 5235R. Let's bring it up for our viewers. That is, of course, the wonderfully quirky regulator dial annual calendar piece. Yes, Aiden, of course you should. And everyone else who would like to join, feel free to follow Aiden. This is the piece that St. Peter is talking about. This is actually not because you have already identified it, St. Peter, but this is a piece that would benefit so much from a second signature right here. Although that's not how it goes, unfortunately. Again, unless you're a very special customer, you don't really get to dictate where these pieces get signed. But that would bring actually a great balance to the dial, right? To have Tiffany's signature here, even if it's in a smaller font. I think it would take care of a lot of the negative space here that just seems awkwardly empty and not in any not contributing really in any meaningful way to the design. I like this watch even better in the discontinued version, and not because of some contrarian thing. I just love the fact that it's white metal, it's white gold, the 5235G, and I love the lighter silver dial with blue accents. That's all. But this is also a lovely color palette, right? The pink gold accents on the dial, and a wonderful interplay between a charcoal gray or maybe like a dove gray and black too. It's a wonderful piece, man. Annual calendar, regulator dial, and both of you are here. Hey, man, welcome back.
Hello, boys.
What's up, boys? I just
Nice to
want to
see you
talk
both.
watches. I just want to talk watches, guys. So
Warches.
I like watches.
That's amazing. I'm so glad, man. Now that you guys are here, I can even drink
Right,
and
exactly.
do
You
other
need
things.
you always need that. There's
What?
always got to be
Whoa!
somebody else there because
Wait a minute. We're the
if you're
enablers
like
here.
if
We're the
you're like
enablers.
if you're like me, you already started drinking, but then when the other people show up, then you're like, oh, okay, I
Oh,
had the right idea. I had
I
the
have
right idea.
started drinking. I have started drinking, but also like, I feel like, it's both a little too self-indulgent, but also, I don't know, too awkward to drink or consume anything on the live stream usually. But when I have company, I feel
Right.
like, I have the license then.
We're the
So
enablers.
Understood.
lovely to see you guys, and thank
Hey,
you. Yeah.
listen. You only live once, right? I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Try to
You only
be.
live 3 times, so it's like not a big deal.
I was having a conversation about reincarnation, the other day, just because like it's like pretty wild. Like it's a pretty wild concept, right? Like, like what if you came back as an animal that was like being hunted by like a really brutal predator, right? Like you could have like this really like nice life where you're like, oh, you're out in the wild, Like you have everything you need. You don't have to work a job. You know, you don't have to worry about debt. You know, you
But
don't have to
then there
worry
would be
about
no. We want watches. We want watches.
Well, you don't care time. I mean, like you know, You're out in the prairie. You know, it's beautiful. You don't have to worry about time. Like just
I like
time, it just
this.
doesn't matter. You know,
I like this Nietzschean dream you have, Saint Peter.
right? But so the thing is, like, let's say you could. So all of us right now, you know, we pass away. We could come back as someone way more fortunate than what we are, and that's truly exciting and beautiful. But you could also come back as like I just either a person that's in a much worse situation, you know, socially or economically or physically or something like that, or a creature whose existence is just way more brutal
I think
by
St.
nature.
Peter's been drinking is already. I'm just kidding, man. I'm just messing with you, bro.
Just a tad. But the
No,
but
no,
you,
that was interesting.
Yeah, have you guys read that piece that's usually translated as the on the use and abuse of history for life by
Mm-mm.
Nietzsche? No, so
I haven't gotten into him yet. I know I should. You know,
oh, it's never too late. It's never too late.
he's got that mustache. You know, so
Beautiful, beautiful man. Um, so it has a little forward where he talks about Goethe's words. Incidentally, I despise everything which merely instructs me without increasing or immediately enlivening my activity. Right, and then he starts the actual essay by this image of the animal that you just beautifully depicted, St. Peter. Observe the herd which is grazing beside you. It does not know what yesterday or today is. It springs around, eats, rests, digests, jumps up again, and so from morning to night, from day to day, with its likes and dislikes closely tied to the peg of the moment, and thus neither melancholy nor weary. To witness this is hard for the human being because he boasts to himself that his human race is better than the beast, and yet looks with jealousy at the happiness of the beast. For he wishes only to live like the beast, neither weary nor amid pains, and he wants it in vain because he does not will it as the animal does. One day the man demands of the beast, "Why do you not talk to me about your happiness and only gaze at me?" The beast wants to answer too and say, "That comes about because I always immediately forget what I wanted to say." But by then, the beast has already forgotten this reply, remains silent, so that the man wanders on once more. And you can kind of imagine the beast grazing away or turning away and just darting and leaving the scene. It's a beautiful essay, and I think every single piece in that collection that's called Untimely Meditations. Unzeitmäßige Betrachtungen. It's a beautiful, beautiful little book. I would highly recommend actually that little book as an entry to Nietzsche's thought than any other major, easily recognizable work.
how about you, Aiden? What have you been reading anything recently?
Have I been reading anything? What have I been reading? I don't know. I haven't really been into reading lately. I have in the past, but as far as lately, I haven't.
Yeah, I haven't lately either. Just been too consumed by work and kind of personal stuff. But
Yeah.
I was trying to read. I was really trying to read the Black Jacobins. You know, the book about like the Haitian Revolution. And I
C.L.R.
kept,
James, huh?
yeah, and I kept getting, you know, I kept reading into it, and I would find that there's so many different characters, and you know, he kind of gets into the detail on these characters, and like some of them end up getting killed, and then like there's these new characters that get introduced. Like there's a lot of history, right? And then I would keep going back to the beginning over and over and over again because I felt like who was that? Like I couldn't remember
Yes,
who that
Basil's, that
was.
counts.
I couldn't remember. Yes, yeah, totally. That does. I
I had to
watched
answer
the.
that. I was never going to get the other opportunity again. I
No,
had
no,
to.
no.
Sorry to interrupt there.
No, it's fine. Speaking of the Penthouse mag, I watched the Pamela Anderson documentary on Netflix. I watched that
Oh
today.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and it's like, so I was not familiar with her early career. It's a pretty interesting movie. Like she's a pretty amazing character. Um, but it's like at the beginning, right? So she basically got recruited by Playboy, right? So do you guys know the story of how she got famous?
No, tell us, tell us.
Okay, so
Well,
Pamela.
actually, before you begin that, just to ask a quick question. So if you were to get this watch by any freak accident from Tiffany and Co, actually, would you like the co signature at 9 o'clock or somewhere else?
Of course,
Or
100%.
yeah,
But and what so just to add on to what you were saying before is I think sometimes they really screw up the signature placement on the dials.
Mm,
And to me, I think like a good example of this is the signed 5712s. The 5712s where they put the Tiffany's signature. So like the Patek font is placed on that whole, I don't know what the name of that, what do they call that horizontal pattern? It's like that, like what is the pattern on the
I
5711
have no
Richard?
idea. I think there is like a very ratified name for the pattern of the dial.
It's like a
I think
deck.
you
It's
can
like a
call it
boat. It's like a boat deck or something like
you can call it
what is that?
jalousie or something like blinds. The name
Right.
for
Yeah,
blinds in French.
yeah.
I
Look,
don't know.
so if you click on that, maybe if you enlarge one of those photos, if you have one of the ones that has the actual Tiffany stamp on it, they put it down in, I think they put it in the, not in the date, not in the date wheel, but in the petite seconds in this, or no, they put it even weird in a weirder spot, so all the way down
Oh
at
yeah,
the
this
bottom.
one this one unfortunately has very low quality pictures. So let me see if I can find. But yeah, this was a very weird placement already there.
So I actually found out about this. There's this guy, this big time collector.
Ah,
Yeah, right there. So, but that's also where they put the Patek text. So, like, if you look at the way they print the dial, like the Patek Philippe and the Genève text are all printed on that same surface as the Tiffany logo.
hmm
But to me, that Tiffany logo down there, that seems so bizarre. The placement of that, it's like all the way down at the bottom to like in this area that's already kind of weird. I thought like, yeah, exactly kind of where your cursor is now. Like
hmm
if they put it like below where the hand of the date pointer would be in
But
that
the
range.
the thing is, you would have a better perspective on this. But I know that when there's already a certain kind of decoration on a surface on watch dials, like the radial guilloche, as you can see here,
Hmm.
the grooves,
Hmm.
like the vinyl. Um, I think it's harder to apply
Look at how finely
these kinds of
the
things.
look at how finely the numbers are applied.
Do you guys actually
Yeah, but
like the Nautilus, though? Do you
you
guys
do
like the
realize
Nautilus?
I don't like it, but that's not the
I don't.
point
I
here.
don't get the Nautilus. To me,
The
it's just
thing
like,
is,
The text of the Tiffany will be smaller.
what I want to say, Tiffany is actually not, as far as I know, it's actually applied in New York City and not Geneva. Not to say that people in New York,
Oh,
not to
I did
say
not know
people,
that.
not to say that people in Henry Stern company in New York, Henry Stern Watch Agency, I should say, that's the official name. Not to say they are not skilled to do that application, but I'm not sure. There must be a logical way to explain why it ends up on that part of the dial rather than that grooved surface. And I think there must be something difficult about it, but I might be wrong.
I did not know that Patek was not printing that themselves. So they're selling them the watches, and the watches are being taken apart and printed and reassembled.
It's not okay. It's done in New York, as you know, the U.S. arm of Patek has been relatively independent since, you know, since Adam. Let's put it like this.
Mhm.
They do. They receive the watches. I think they do. They do the final quality check and then stamp the dial and then deliver it to Tiffany. As far as I know, now there might be someone who is either an actual customer of Tiffany or perhaps an insider from Tiffany who can, amend my account. But that's what I had heard from multiple people.
Fascinating. So maybe they don't actually have the correct setup to be able to work on that slightly different surface.
I think it just doesn't matter. The Nautilus to me is just like an ugly watch. Like, I'm sure it's well made, but I just don't get it. No offense to anybody, but for me, there's no way I would ever buy that watch, even if it was cheaper.
I mean, I've talked about this with YB before, but I kind of agree with you, Aiden. But to me, it's an acquired taste thing. Because when I first saw this, my whole story with my appreciation for the Nautilus, which I do have, I don't think it's ugly. I actually do think it's quite nice. Especially this weirdo variation that's just so asymmetrical. Like, this is the one for me. If it was like, pick whichever one you want, you could have whichever one you want. Not the one on the strap. I would go for the full seal.
Yeah. Well, to me, it's just like it's ugly and expensive. It's like, a double whammy. It just like slaps you in the face with crappiness.
I'm actually changing my opinion a little bit. I think the annual calendar version, although the case is thicker than this one, it boasts greater water resistance. So the only problem I have with this variation is I think it only has 60 meters of water resistance. Where the base model Nautilus, just the 3-hander with the date, I think has 120, right?
Yep.
So the annual calendar version, which has a much more harmoniously symmetrical dial layout, I believe also has 120, and but the case is bigger. So like this case compared to the 5712 case is larger, but this aperture date annual calendar to me, I think is actually really beautiful because it gives you a lot of information without adding a lot to the dial.
Yeah, in all fairness, though.
No, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, in all fairness, though, to the Nautilus, I've never seen one in person, so I guess my opinion isn't super strong, but I have seen, quite a few pictures, so I know sometimes you got to see them in person.
Yeah, I mean, look, I have seen and tried many from various generations. It's just not my taste, and I try to explain it like this to people, especially if you know soccer, but I'm sure you can give an analogy from American sports in a bit. But you have two major European competitions. There's now three, and there used to be three too, but you have the Champions League, which used to be the European Cup, and then you have the Europa League, which used to be UEFA Cup. And to me, the UEFA Cup is a better design. I think the cup looks just more faceted. The texture, I've seen both in person as well. The texture on it, I'll try to bring it up, is just lovely. It just has a more authentic look at it, and it's like a design that also look like it's being carried on the shoulders of a lot of different people, like an entire team, like this. Okay, so the cup that I like is the one on the right, and then there's the big prize, right? That's given to the winner of all winners, the Champions League winner, and in olden times the European Cup winner. I think that's just ugly. Like it looks like someone with huge ears, and like a very rococo take on the Greek urn, and it's too much for me. But that is the grand prize, right? So I can't deny the fact that I would kill for Real, or much more importantly Spurs. Come on, you Spurs, to win one of these rather than the Europa League, because it's just the more important cup. Same thing with the Nautilus. I mean, I understand its value, I understand its worth, I even understand the mimetic drive people have because of the hype to just have one. They simply have to have one. I understand and respect all of that, but aesthetically, it's not pleasing to me. And this is not a random analogy for me, because to me, the Nautilus case has those ears.
Right.
It just bugs me to no
Which
end. I mean,
that's
I
that's
can't.
part of the iconic design of the case.
I know.
And it doesn't, I don't see it that way. So this is like a really fascinating, I believe that this what we find about this to either be appealing or unappealing, I actually think it more goes to the root of just like how humans interpret beauty in a very subjective way, right? Because there's taste, you know,
Mhm.
and I think there's just some things that are just so inherently beautiful that everyone kind of gravitate towards them, but like not everybody, right? There's always going to be a critic of something. And the one thing I will say about those ears is that I had yeah, that's a beautiful looking trophy there. I had a dentist at one point in time. I think one of the reasons why I stopped seeing him is because I saw his watch. Like I just his watch just poked out of the sleeve a little bit, and I saw those ears and the crown, and I immediately recognized that he was wearing a Patek Philippe Nautilus, and I was like, "Fuck you, man! Like I am no way am I coming back here. Like it's just that's where all my money is going." Yeah, no wonder this is so expensive. Like no wonder this is no wonder all no wonder all, you know, and they're like, oh no, we have to do another procedure. Like, oh sorry, like I was like, yeah, sorry man, like and then you know the guy who I have now, you know, Speedmaster, you know, very just, you know, it's like he's wearing a Swiss luxury watch. Okay, I'll give him that, but like he's not like wearing the Patek into the office, you know.
Yeah. Now I will say the gold one with the gold bracelet. I mean, it's gold. Then at that point, you know, it's going to look great. No, pretty much no matter what. I mean, it's gold. So
I know you
from a
have this
distance, you know what
tension.
I mean?
Yeah,
From a
yeah.
distance, a lot of gold watches might look pretty similar, right? A lot of watches will.
I mean, it depends on the person who is looking. It depends on the eyes. But I know you have this penchant for gold watches recently, right? You love the day date as well.
I just want a gold watch. Like I've had, you know, lots of steel watches, and it's just like I'm ready for gold. You know.
Get a day date, man. You could get a 36 Neo Vintage 36. I think you could still get a deal, you know. I mean, I don't know what your budget is, but you know, in the 11 to 15K range, you could get like a great example of one.
I'm just kind of hanging on and wait until the market kind of goes down a little bit, you know, if it will. But I think we're headed down a little further. So I just want to be patient. I'm enjoying what I have now. So
I wonder about that. I don't know if people right now are starting to. I don't know if this is like a spruiking thing where people are like, "Oh, there's like a little bump. Like everyone let's ride this wave." But like, you know, like crypto's up. You know, like I've been in the housing market. Like everyone's telling me like just wait, just be patient. The recession is looming. Like all this stuff. But you know, we had very positive jobs numbers come out, I believe, on Thursday or Friday, which weirdly enough somehow negatively affected the stock market, which I just don't like. Why is that? Like why does the stock market go down if there are people hiring like crazy? It just doesn't make sense to me. But who the hell knows?
well, there'll be some, you know, event, some event that will happen that could crash it, you know, and there might be a couple events that will this year that could cause the markets to kind of go down a little bit. I don't know. We'll see.
Look, I
just
mean,
think,
there's
like,
no there's no single forecast. My my inkling is for, if you're looking at a 4-digit day date, like an 1803, you don't care about the double quick set or anything. You love the day date. You like the aesthetics. Get one that has a bracelet that's well preserved, so you don't have to deal with the extra work of getting that restored. It can be done, and it can be done very wonderfully and ably by people who exist globally. But you don't want to create extra work for yourself if you just want to get your watch and enjoy it. I know most people prefer that. Those kinds of watches, I think, will continue to fall in price. I think that 2.5, 3 year moments where anything and everything that was remotely desirable sold on major premiums, that was a very unique moment. That is not coming back. What
Double-
now the very hyped pieces like the Nautilus, like like a stainless steel Daytona, especially the most recent with the ceramic generation, like the Royal Oak in stainless steel, those things might actually start gaining in value soon enough. I don't think that will happen before the end of the year either, but that's just me. That's not investment advice in any shape or form. Sorry, St. Peter. I didn't
No,
mean to cut you off.
No, I was trying to butt in. I should be apologizing. But I'm wondering, like, so double quick set, right? A double
Yeah.
quick set day date, like maybe like a
Mhm.
90s, like a 36, like 90s era, which that's 5-digit, right?
That's the first quick set reference is 18238. So
18238. So 18238, and then are these sapphire crystals or are
yes. Mhm.
sapphire crystal? So this is the one that for me personally, if I was trying to go for, I want to get the best bang for my buck, like I would want a sapphire crystal, and I would want a double quick set, just for
That's it. That's
just
where
for
you go.
yep, just for ease of setting. And you know like it wasn't up until recently, in the past couple of years or so, that I would seriously even consider getting into something like this. But after, after a while of just saying like, okay, I'm going to move on a piece, and then I did it and I slowly, built up the collection. Now it's like, okay, well, what's the next step? Right. Cause like Aiden, it's like, I want something precious. Like I want a gold watch.
Hmm.
Right. So like, it's either going to be a vintage 36 day date, yellow or white. But I really want yellow, or it'll be probably a tank, maybe a Santos. But the
Hmm.
but the beauty is like with the you could get into the tank for a lot less, but you don't get the full bracelet. You know, and I feel like that weight of that gold, and the fact that you could take the bracelet off the day date and put it on whatever kind of strap you want. That's just a beautiful thing. You have that amazing president bracelet, and it's a rock solid piece. It's got, I mean, even these cases, these are 100 meters, right? Like, in theory, you could swim with this watch if you get it serviced and water
I
tested.
mean, if the gaskets are checked properly, yeah. And like you said, this, I think this was first introduced in late 80s. I want to say 88, but there should be very good examples of this watch from mid 90s, like you guessed in the first place. I mean, maybe a bracelet with less stretch than this.
Hmm.
So if you
Yeah.
go up to 15, you can probably get already a decent example of this with the bracelet.
Yeah, but St. Peter, you said you would put one on a strap. I mean, I don't honestly, if I had this watch, I mean, I don't think I'd ever take it off the bracelet.
I would absolutely take it off the bracelet, because I think there's certain occasions where having a nice like semi-tono, like the cool thing about the Oyster case is it's this really unique, like it's a round watch, but it's actually like a tonneau case. Like it's not like a purely like round shape case. And I think there's certain occasions where when you put it on a strap, it just becomes way more elevated and dressy. So this watch could serve as, you know, what a day date is, which everyone knows it's the icon that is the Rolex day date with the full president bracelet. But you know, you put it on a like a alligator strap, or maybe even something be like
Or just,
like a
I think
new
just
even like a nubuck like might be cool, like, you know, if it's the right color, if you pair it correctly with
I think it's just like, at least for me, with the fluted bezel there. I don't know, something about it for me, it just doesn't like mesh well with like whenever you put it on a leather strap. But I don't know. That's just kind of my taste. Just seems a little off that way.
Honestly, I love wearing my two-tone root beer and the Datejust, which does happen to have a fluted bezel actually on a leather strap. But you know, I think it is a kind of watch that can be worn both ways. But you get the, you know, usually that's the simple rule, right? If you can, and if you still have a good deal, if the bracelet is in nice condition, you gotta get it with the bracelet. Even if you say, like, you know, oh, I would mostly wear it on a leather strap. Look, I mean, the day date is iconic on the president strap, on the president bracelet, I should say. So even though I think it's a solid option, like St. Peter said, for certain occasions, it might even be preferable, at least from my standpoint, to wear it on a leather strap. You can make it even more casual on like a suede or Alcantara strap. I think that would look absolutely beautiful. But the bracelet is very distinctive, so you don't want to give up on that completely. That's for sure.
You know, if you're trying to piss people off, you throw it on like a camo NATO. Yeah. But
Why not?
I think that yeah, I feel like so what do you think? So we're at that one had a diamond dial for 15. So you
Yeah.
guys are predicting. My guess is I don't know. I'm thinking maybe we see a little bit more of a dip, but I have a hard time believing like a solid gold diamond Rolex day date in decent condition
Well,
is going to go that much
the reason
lower.
I say that is based off of history, and we're not in a normal place historically for the prices of these. So I'm just looking long term,
Let
and
me let me
that's
ask
what
you
the
the other
history
way
shows.
around. Let me ask you the other way around, St. Peter. Do you have you looked at day dates before this whole craze at all? Have you followed the prices?
I didn't really start looking at day date pricing up until, let me think, how many years ago? I think it was pre-pandemic, but not far. Probably only a year or two before 2020. I probably only really started paying because it was always a watch at that point in time for me in my journey that was like, oh, I can't touch that right now. That's like, I'm not going to get into that for a really long time. But
Well,
I understand the context of like the inflated market and the correction and
I mean, because forget about the correction. 5-7 years ago, these were $7,000 to $10,000 at most. And 10 years before that, people were literally smashing these with a hammer
for the gold.
and selling them for the scrap value. So,
It's crazy.
you know, I don't expect them to go down to 7 next year or anytime soon. Don't take me wrong, and have already on this price, which used to be around 20s, by the way, for one in decent condition at the height of the market. Nevertheless, you know, I wouldn't say like, you know, oh, it would never be less than 15,000, because I have seen them for much less than 15,000, right? I know our money was worth a little more just 5 years ago. I'm not stupid, but still they were about 7,000-8,000 and maybe 10 at most, whereas now they're easily 15,000 and above. So I feel they're going to come down further.
I guess like the reason why I have a hard time imagining that is just because I do think that aside from just looking at the raw data, I think you do have to take certain things into consideration. Like charts are great. Looking at numbers, historical information, and saying, well, look at those trends, look at what we're in right now. Like, that's all relevant. Don't ignore those things. But I do think the cultural significance of where the boosted prices have taken us is a really important factor to take into consideration. So, and this is like, it's not just driven by these abstract ideas of like, well, before people were smashing these things for scrap. It's like, well, yeah, we have social media now, we have flex culture, like we have all this stuff we have people that have now, whether or not you think other people are going to believe it, like there are people who have bought into this, right? Like
we
they're gonna,
No,
we
and
no,
are.
I think that's the thing. That's the distinction I was trying to make between the holy trinity of hype.
Mhm.
Think of it this way: the president as a watch and Rolex as a watch was a mainstream rap thing long before Richard Mille, Nautilus, Royal Oak Offshore was ever on that horizon. So people, even at the time, or perhaps especially at the time when people knew about Rolex and Rolex day date specifically as that kind of flex watch, these things were still dirt cheap and barely above their scrap value. And that's even 5 to 7 years ago. I'm not even talking about literal days where people were smashing these things up. So the mainstream knew and just didn't care in this way. And you're right, the attention is a little different now, but I'm not saying that people are going to be smashing up these for scrap value in about a year. I'm just saying that they're going to be less than $15,000. And again, I'm not divining, I'm just guessing, educated guess. Nevertheless, it's just a guess. But I think, it's, in fact, the charts would fool you when it comes to these kinds of watches, because the charts that people usually publish on social media excessively focus on hyped up pieces. So even when they show losses, they are very moderate. I can show you watches that have already halved in price or are 60% off than what they were exactly a year ago. So, these pieces, they are falling. A Nautilus in stainless steel, probably not.
Well, that shut us up.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute there. Yeah, I don't know. I really would like to. I would like to believe that prices are going to come down, but I think the problem with that, and maybe one of the reasons why I'm in denial about it, is that I just think that with the way that economic trends have been going, and with the way that, just frankly, the like what I see with people's income and just different classes, the people who purchase luxury objects and what they can afford, and this goes for basic things that are of necessity, like outside of metropolitan areas, automobiles, any kind of housing, um, just, different, like these different luxury things. As we see this growing kind of inequality in the pay gap, it's like there are people that they can afford to buy these things, and it seems like there's more and more millionaires being made. Like that number is just increasing rapidly. Like when you look at the stats of like how many millionaires there currently are just globally, and projections for how many more there are going to be, it's like when you have all this wealth, like you have to spend it on something. Like what are you going to spend it on, right? And I just generally believe that these luxury brands, especially these powerhouse luxury brands, the ones that are iconic and are known basically in every country in the world,
Mm.
they're never going to be able to keep up with the demand, and they don't want to, because they want their luxurious items to be rare. You know, they want people to
Yeah.
covet over them, and I think especially with discontinued models, yeah, you know, the fact that people are smashing those things, when I hear stories like that, I'm like, that's just going to make people want them even more in a couple more years. So I just have a hard time believing the prices are
I
going to
know, I
drop
know,
that much.
but
You know?
it's
But prove me wrong.
it is a matter of belief. So you're absolutely right, right? Ultimately, we can only talk about this, say, another year down the line, and literally compare the prices now, which again, you can find pretty decent examples at 15. Even if they creep up a little more, especially when you go to white gold and pink gold, etc. But ultimately, this is the question. Yes, there are more quote unquote millionaires. There are more people who know about luxury watches. There are more people who desire these sorts of pieces, who aspire to the pieces that are hyped up. But a 36 millimeter Rolex day date can come back in fashion. I can't deny that. But right now, it's the opposite of a hype piece. So it is on that downward trend. And there's just no sign at this point in time that it would have an immediate recovery. But again, like you said, we are just doing a forecast. So you might be right. I'm actually pretty sure that in a year, what we see at 15 will be around 12. But, again, that's not investment advice. I don't bet. So that's out
Right,
of the
right.
window as well. But we
I
can,
mean,
this
listen,
is
I've done
February.
bets. I
February.
bet.
This
I
is,
want
this
that.
is,
I want that to happen because I'm not holding at 15 right now. It's like
I mean, just
I still want to get in at 12, right? So
let me put this sentence out there. February the 5th, 2023, we are seeing these pieces around 15,000. February 5th, 2024, there's a good chance that we'll see it drop $2,000-$3,000. So I have that on record. We
right.
can come back to this discussion in 2024.
So Aiden, you're gonna
Yes.
hold out. You're gonna hold out for a year.
I mean, I have too many watches as it is. So, it's like, oh, do I really? That's how I've always been. It's like, oh, I just want this watch. This one will be the next one. This one will be the last one. This one will be the last one. This one will be the last one. I mean, for me, it doesn't stop. So it's like, I have to have some level of self-control, so I can have some respect for myself, right? I mean, it's just a watch at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, my justification with my collection is that it's even now with all the crash prices and stuff, I could still get in most of the stuff, most of my higher ticket items, I could still get, I think, like, I don't know, 75%, like, probably, like, if I really needed to try to get out of them, I could probably get like 60 to 75% out of them. And like, these are objects that I love that, like, I don't even want to get rid of. But like, if I really had to, I could at this
Yeah.
point in time. Now things keep getting worse in the country, which, like, I don't plan on leaving anytime soon. Yeah, that could change. But again, it's like, it's one of these things where it's like, well, if it gets that bad, like, we're not even going to care about this stuff anymore. There's going to be much bigger issues that, like, we're gonna have to focus on. I mean, there's going to be a certain group of people who do care about this kind of stuff, but for me, it's like, if literally no one's buying watches anymore, if it's like, oh, you can't sell like that brand new turquoise dial yellow gold Royal Oak, if in 6 months from now those are sitting in the cases at the store and no one's buying those, what that means for me at my level is I'm in really bad shape. Like, if the one percenters and the fraction of the one percenters are not buying those from the store 6 months from now or a year from now or whenever, that means I'm completely fucked. And I know that because of just how rare those pieces are, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is just kind of what happens. You know, the housing markets had crashed. Everything's had crashes. It goes up and down, up and down. That's just the way it works. So it's going to continue to keep doing that.
Yep.
Unless we have a different way of, a better way of kind of figuring out how to use a currency in kind of different ways. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there are a lot of these. Listen, there are a lot of these watches out there, like the current reference that we've been talking about. There's a lot of them out there, and I do think the size thing, I wonder about that, because I feel like smaller case sizes are starting to become accepted again. I don't know I don't know how long that's going to last for, but I could just tell you from like buying a 41 mil Oyster case, like at my current wrist size, and wearing it around, like I always kind of look at it, I'm like, I love it, it's great, but like I actually could definitely wear a smaller watch. Like it's like big, like it's oversized. I think most people, who are like really critiquing scale and proportion would say that looks oversized. Like you should go with a smaller piece. And
I think you can you can easily make that argument, St. Peter. I think it's almost a universal thing to say, hey, you could probably wear a smaller watch. And for the most part, I mean, you as in, again, universal, you're not just addressing you and singling you out. And same thing with, with just the other way around, right? Chances are you should probably not wear a bigger watch than what you're already wearing, because that's what the tastes have trended for the longest time with the stainless steel sports watch craze, especially since those tend to come in bigger packages. Now, I'll say this. I agree with you in one level. I think the tides are turning a little bit, but I think the tides are turning mostly because a lot of people have amassed a lot of stuff, and the majority of their collection, the bulk of their collection, is already big watches. So they want that variety, they want that diversity. Whether small dress watches are just becoming cool again, period, for in a wider level, I'm holding off my judgment, although I do see increasingly a lot of younger people who wear very odd watches that were in fact made for women initially, and it kind of looks cool.
Bad Bunny, man. Bad Bunny is
things can change. Things can change. I want to read this Nick Butter super chat. Thank you, Nick Butter, $9. Hi, YB and panel. I was just doing my taxes when I saw the live stream. Thank you for dropping by. Glad to be here. And I agree. I buy from Chrono24, and you can get deals. You can negotiate. You can. I mean, I've shown this before, saying, implying that, hey, I'm not recommending that you do this, but hey, every single listing on Chrono24 that's by professional dealer usually has their name on it. And when you Google that name, a lot of times you can come up with a website. Sometimes they will have a listing of the same watch on their website that's cheaper. And other times they will have at least a phone number which you can call. So there's always room to negotiate. And hey, if you do want to benefit, if you want to pay your taxes to Chrono24, I don't know what they do with them. I hope they do pay them. You can deal with that. You can negotiate through that platform. By all means, if you want to support them, do support them. They are, after all, the biggest platform for secondary market on the internet. And God knows they need your help, because they have been laying a lot of people off. But you can certainly strike deals with Seller Zone Chrono, both on that platform and outside of it. Sorry, St. Peter, please go on.
Sad to hear about the layoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, part of me wants to be excited about the fact that prices are coming down, but I know the grim reality of that is that means that that's not good for like a lot of people. Like for mainly lower and working class people, like and it's odd that that would be a component of this conversation, right? Because we're talking about like this very particular like luxury space, which is usually reserved for. But I think this brand specifically, like Rolex has always been this brand that is a very luxury product, but at a price point that a hardworking, middle class person, which I know that term, what does that even mean nowadays? Like there's such a wide range that you could throw in there, but basically someone who like works a steady job, can put away a little bit of cash, like after a while they can acquire one of these things, and I think over the past 4 or 5 years or so, with the exception of everything that's happened since March of 2022, those people who had been saving for a really long time, or like people like me, finally walking into the AD in December of 2020, we had built up this whole thing in our head and saved up the money or waited till we were in a position. And at that point in time, everybody else had also, and it just continued getting worse over the next couple of years with, people continuing to work, but not going on vacation, saving up all their money, getting stimulus checks, whatever kind of, thing you want to say that affected that bump that we saw, the COVID bump. So going all the way back to 2019 or 2018 in terms of pricing, which I'm guessing like is 2018, 2019, is that like what were day dates going for, like a 5-digit sapphire double quick set in 2019?
I'm sure we can travel back in time more precisely, but I have to say probably around 10 to 12. Yeah, probably around 10 to 12.
Yeah, sounds about right. Well, if you're getting a wood dial, I think those are probably a safer thing to buy into.
Yeah, they're also beautiful. I love it.
And I don't think Rolex is going to be doing wood dials anytime soon, unfortunately.
Yeah, what's going to happen is the Rolex hype pieces and a lot of pieces are all going to just completely crash. And then Timex, that's going to be the next thing, because that's all anyone will be able to afford, and you won't be able to get those, and those will go up in value.
Stranger things have happened, Aidan. I know you're poking some fun at the situation, but stranger things have happened. But listen, again, I'm turning back to this idea. The exciting thing about day dates is that there's so much out there. There's certainly one for you if you actually like that whole segment of the gold watch, the gold prestige watch. Over the years, there have been so many varieties, and I think since 2006, I want to say, there are even larger cases. You're not constrained by the 36 millimeter case size anymore. And with all the different dial variations that they have offered for the day date, which was largely exclusive for the day dates for most of Rolex's history, it's you're just spoiled for choice. And when the market is a buyer's market, which it already is, but I do encourage Aiden to wait a little more. um the world is your oyster, man. There's no pun intended. There's just so much out there, especially if you don't stick necessarily to, one particular reference number, which, 18238 is, I think, the best compromise, because you get a lot of the modernity. You get the sapphire crystal, you get the double quick set for both the date and the day, which saves you a little bit of time when you are resetting the watch. And the day date, unless it's your only watch, it is an occasion watch. So if you don't particularly enjoy that, that can become a hassle to reset the watch every time you are wearing it after weeks. So 18238 is great. 1803 is still where the real deals are.
I have 4 mechanical watches now and two electronic ones and a quartz that I have not changed the battery in for years since it's gone out. And I'm resetting my mechanicals all the time. Like first I was like, oh, I'm going to wear this one today. Then tomorrow I'm going to wear that one. Then tomorrow I'm going to wear that one, to keep them all constantly wound. And that just completely broke down, because it's like there are just certain days where, okay, that one's not set right now. The other one's set and it's wound. So I'm just going to wear that to keep it going.
Yeah.
Right. And then there's
The watch winder.
And then there's the third one, no, because I, it's like, that's just another thing in my life, and like, why would I mean, if I had like solar winding the watch winder, maybe, but I don't mind the act of resetting them. Like, that doesn't bother me. I just know that not having the double quick set and knowing that it was a more modern functionality, I would be irritated by that. I'd be like, man, I really want that double quick set.
I'm a true Luddite when it comes to this. Like, I'm not only a vintage watch enthusiast. So the more trouble the watch gives me, I use that in quotation marks, the more I love it. Like I love just strapping it on and wearing the universal tri-compacts when it's running and when it's all beautifully set, after a couple of days. Sure. Like, if I wore it a day ago and I get back to it, it's fine, it's running. But I also love, coming back to it after, a week or 10 days and having to set it up, whether I'm doing that by the pushers or just by, running the clock forward. I enjoy it, man. I guess, I don't know, maybe I'm just a dork, which, I mean, would not surprise anyone, but I love it. I love it. I feel that sort of interaction, setting it up, winding it again, especially when it's a hand wound piece. It's just such a joy.
And how could you look at that photo on the screen and not want that watch?
Yeah, I mean, a day date is a beautiful piece. There's no denying that.
But
for
just
sure.
like this with that shirt and like that, the narrow depth of field, like in this picture, it's like, it looks really nice.
It's gold.
Is this the Tony Soprano, or did he have Roman numerals?
I don't think I think he just had the baton indexes. But let me see.
Because what's funny is, like, this one actually also has Romans. Like, it's got batons, but then right out on the minute track,
Yep.
It's got Roman numerals. So it's got loom plots, batons, Roman numerals, and loom tans, all on the same dial. Which,
yeah, I think, look, I mean, there's this picture that I'm gonna put on there now that's on Jazz Time's website, but I know it's not very clear at all. But if it were the so-called Buckley dial at the time, which would not be applied but printed, basically, or painted, you might say, I think it's the baton. It would be more you know, more of a blotch, kind of, even in this low quality photo.
See, the reason, because James Gandolfini could pull this watch off, that's the reason why I think the prices on these are going to hold. Or if they dip, I don't think they're going to go back down to 11K. But that's just my guess. Because I think with this watch culture, and because this is Tony Soprano's watch, and because every time I talk about it, I make sure to tell people it was Tony Soprano's watch.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's just like, come on. It's like one of those things, right? You know, like Warhol wore a tank, you know, Ali wore a tank, you know, like people talk about this stuff nowadays. Like, I think one of the reasons why, you know, there's people like Eric Koo, you know, there's like Goldberger, Eric Koo, Waco, yeah, a couple other people who have like really pushed like Cartier, like the modern, this Cartier revival. And for me, like, those guys absolutely were, like, watching those videos and seeing their obsession with it got me into that stuff. But now, even in Sopranos, so the Christopher's character, I think he had a Francais, like a Tank Francais, like a full gold. What's that actor's name? I always or Imperioli, Michael Imperioli. Right there he is, Christopher. And
Christopher.
YB, we got to do a Sopranos. Episode.
Watches of Sopranos episode. You know, I just posted on my Instagram two-tone Daytona watch that Jamie Lynn Sigler was wearing a couple of days ago, that was passed on to me by Big Meech. Big Meech, fan of the show, friend of the show.
Meech is holding it down.
Man,
what are the bracelets there? Is she wearing a bracelet also?
Yeah, she is. I can't really tell what it is.
So that's black dial, right?
Yeah, that's a black dial two-tone. I'm guessing it is a 116523, but you have to have a shot of the dial to really tell what it is.
Now, how do you guys feel about that when somebody wears a watch and then they wear something next to it where it can like bang up against it? Are you guys against that, or you don't care, or what?
I'm easing my way into doing it more often than I already do, which is not that often.
I don't care when it's someone else's watch. Let me put it this way. I generally don't wear much jewelry except when I feel like wearing some rings sometimes, which is not very often. Like today. But otherwise, I don't have any bracelets actually right now. Yeah, these days I don't have any bracelets, so I don't stack anything up. If I were wearing a bracelet, I would think not only for avoiding any scratching or anything, but for a sense of balance, I would feel like I would wear it on my opposite hand anyways. Like, you know, watch on the left, bracelet on the right.
Yeah.
I think 100%. I'm not above a nice Cuban link. I want to go back to my Star of David necklace soon.
You could make a bracelet out of a bunch of Star of Davids linked together.
No need for excess. One is enough.
That's a hexagram, right? That you could have a bunch of hexagrams linked together.
When is it? This is the other one, by the way, that I really loved. This is
Pink Beach.
Yeah, the pink Daytona Beach that she was wearing as Meadow Soprano, and that was, I think, on the fourth. I think it was like the beginning of the fourth season. And she also has a stainless steel.
Man, she's like really into Daytonas.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Daytona. I've made a whole video about this. The Daytona is the perfect unisex watch from Rolex's catalog. I think some people hated me for it, but there we go. I will share the link.
Well, now we all have to get Daytonas. Aiden, you better skip that day date and just go for the Daytona. Solid,
Donor.
solid yellow gold champagne dial Daytona. I think I
Daytona.
remember. I think Brad Pitt had one of those at one point in time.
I just think the day date's a bit dressier, and that's more my style. Just my personal opinion.
It definitely, if you put full solid yellow gold champagne dial day date next to the Daytona, of course, the day date I think is always going to be the dressier one. But I think any occasion that you would wear the day date thinking it was dressy, I think the Daytona would work in the same scenario. But you know, I mean, getting into that piece, obviously, it's going to cost a lot more.
Yeah,
which is unfortunate because we were just having this whole conversation about how affordable this one particular super iconic Rolex reference could potentially be in the near future. But I don't think that's going to happen with the Daytona the same way.
yeah.
You know, it's like, I mean, can you imagine like a yellow gold Daytona? I just don't see it. I don't see it coming down.
Oh no, it's even cooler. It's even cooler. Sorry to interrupt you. Look at what watch Chris Moltisanti is actually wearing. You'll like this. Let's see where his photo is. Da-da-da-dum.
Oh, is it the Pasha? Nice.
With an
the
actual
grill, with the grill
yeah.
on it. Oh,
Yeah.
I was wrong. I thought it was a Francais.
It's amazing.
There's an episode where he apparently, I remember because this was a joke. Oh, look, there's a Patek. Oh,
Yeah, this is the one he gifts to Carmela's cousin. An annual calendar.
I forget when this happened. Do you remember the circumstance of this?
Yeah, basically, that guy helps him. You know, when they were trying to, the harbor area was getting reorganized. I think that was the plot line, and they were trying to get a piece of it. And Carmela's cousin, who is, I think, a lawyer, helps them strike a deal of some sort. And he says, here, you know, you deserve this. And the guy says, exactly like you did, it's a Patek? Shit, it's a Patek or something like that.
Sure.
It was really funny. But yeah, it's an annual calendar. I think, like they say, it's a reference 5037 now. But yeah, diamond bezel, diamond indices. It's kind of a flashy version with a full beads of rice bracelet as well, matching.
Listen, I know some people, you know, they'll open up a box and that in that box is a Patek Philippe watch, but nothing like that has ever happened to me before. You know, even if it was an old kind of shitty vintage one that wasn't even worth that much money, if someone gave me a Patek Philippe watch as a gift for anything, whatever it was, I would be like, this is such a thoughtful and beautiful gift. Thank you so much. You know, I mean, it's just like come on, like imagine getting that.
I think that I would feel that way if somebody. I think I would feel that way if someone just gave me a Patek Philippe box. I'd be like, wow, thank you. This is actually kind of cool.
This is such a Mike the Snake moment, by the way, St. Peter. I'm glad you're putting it out in the universe from my channel.
Yeah, exactly.
Guys,
if someone gave me a Patek Philippe watch, like it would be so great. I'd be like, thank you, man. Like, you know, just really love it. Just be the best thing. It'd be the best thing ever.
Oh man, it's so great, man. Archie, I love you, man. I freaking love you, man.
If someone gave me a Patek Philippe umbrella, I would just, you know, I'd just be like, that's it.
And I could, you know, into my Pantera and the Patek Philippe, and I got it. And
man, every time I was in the bookstore earlier today. I live close to one here, the one that people take pictures in and put on their dating profiles, the last bookstore. But I don't know who was manning the deck, and it wasn't even a Metal Monday, but they have been playing metal songs, and Pantera was playing. And every time you guys say Pantera, I guess since I'm not really a car guy, all I remember is you know,
The
Pantera,
band.
the
Yeah,
band.
the band. The
You know,
Same here. Same here.
Dimebag Darrell's solos and everything. You know, that's
And no,
what
when
I
I hear
remember.
Pantera, I think of the band. They had the what was it?
100%.
Did they have like was it on the cover? They had like a weed leaf, like a cannabis leaf on like it was either on one of the CDs or the cover of the CD. That's what I remember about Pantera.
I'm trying to remember. I don't know which I remember certainly the Cowboys from Hell and the Vulgar Display of Power covers, but the rest I don't really remember at all. I'm taking a look now. The weed one, I don't remember. Was there
Maybe it was-
weed
maybe
leaf
it
or
was,
cannabis symbol on a Pantera album?
Maybe it was just a
Um,
logo that the band was like really into. It seems to be on like a lot of their. I thought it was on. I thought it was on one.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, the guitarist's name, well, nickname was literally Dimebag Darrell. What do you think? I guess they dabbled in recreational drugs at a certain point in time. But yeah,
Yeah.
their sound was pretty amazing. I love that band, man.
Yeah,
R.I.P.
he went
All
from
right.
solid state amps, and then he eventually finally went to tube amps. I don't know if you know what that is, guys, but I do
Yep.
have the Cowboys from Hell wah pedal. I do have multiple wah pedals, but I do like that wah pedal
Nice.
because it does have some extra features on it. But it's not that I'm a huge Pantera fan, but I do like
Right.
I do appreciate that band. Yeah.
I'm dropping a link. Hopefully that link works. This will bring it full circle, boys. If that link actually works.
It will work. I'll try to see if it is something that I can actually pull up. The half-baked history, amazing.
No, but just scroll down,
Yeah,
scroll down to like the first image, the second image. You see AJ.
Rock and roll.
Look! This is full. This is full.
Amazing.
Circle. This is
amazing.
Full. That's why I was like, oh yeah, that's Pantera. So here we have. This is how you connect the dots. You put all the pieces together.
I remember when he died. I remember.
$500,000 production team, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I do actually have a rare piece of gear that's vintage that he actually used, which is a really good piece. Although I don't really want to reveal all my some of my future recording secrets and stuff. More into live sound rather than recording. I'm trying to get into recording right now.
Yeah, I appreciate this band, and I remember I had heard about Dimebag being shot on stage after they basically broke up, and he was on tour with, what was it, Devil Driver, I think was his new band. Yeah, that was really tragic, man.
His Damage Plan.
That's it. Yeah. That's it. Devil Driver was, I think, Phil's new band, right? Or something like that.
Good question. I'm not really sure.
But yeah, Damage Plan was the band, man.
Crazy.
It's so strange too, because Aiden and probably St. Peter, you are familiar too. When you go to these kinds of shows, it is about that sort of intimacy. It is about that sort of chaos, that there's always, of course, some kind of security, but if that security keeps too much distance between the crowd and the band, you can't really have a hard rock or heavy metal show. I mean, that's just not how it works. So for that reason, it was even more than just losing one human being, which is already a huge loss, of course, and a great guitarist for that genre. But just having that, that trust broken in that sick way, it was just too much.
Yeah, terrible. Very terrible. Yeah, I actually had a few friends that were guitar players, and they were big fans of him well before this happened. I even had a friend who had a tattoo, of the guitar player in the band and all that. And I mean, he was devastated when that happened. He's just like terrible. And then he got another tattoo that said like "Rest in Peace" and all that. So crazy, crazy.
Man. Oof.
Anyway, watches.
Oh man, and it's funny because this whole thing somehow started because I cut St. Peter off to see where he would like the Tiffany inscription
Yeah.
on his watch, and then we somehow ended up in
Next,
this
we're
in
looking at
Sopranos and
we're looking
Pantera.
at AJ Anthony Jr. with the Pantera T-shirt on. That's when he was on his downward spiral. You know,
I don't know if that kid ever had an upward trajectory.
it was always.
You're right.
No, I think he started towards the end. I think he started to kind of put the pieces together. You know, he met that girl, that beautiful girl, who like was also in rehab. Like both of them were in that rehab together. But like that's like things started to tick up for him. You know, at that point in time, he realized.
Dude, that's the thing, man. When you're in the tri-state area, not implying anything from a personal standpoint, don't take me wrong, but you
Oh my
certainly
God,
date
bro.
up, man. Like, you know, men are very lucky on the East Coast.
Fuck. Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm still West Coast streaming. You should have seen this.
Well, take your woman and come here. I will suggest that. Don't come here as a
I've been
single
trying
man.
to get her. Like I'm like, I went out there. Like I told you about my story, but when I went out there, she and I we had just gotten together. I mean, we were together for less than 6 months at that point in time, and it was still the honeymoon time. And I had planned this trip, and I had wanted to do this trip for years before I even met this girl. And I'm out there, and she's like texting me every day, "I miss you." Like all this stuff. We're like sending each other cute pictures, and I'm sending her like all these beautiful photographs of just like it, just you know, all this insane landscape and architecture and all this stuff that is just not like New York City, you know. And I'm like, yeah, we could do it. We can like, like I'm trying to plant this seed of like, we can do it. We can move. Like we could finally leave. But it's just tough. Like when you're family, when you have a dependent and you're connected, with your family and the whole thing, like it's really complicated. Like it would be a big thing. But I don't know. You never know, man. Maybe.
It's hard. It's hard.
It is hard.
It's hard.
But you gotta no risk. I'll leave it at this with regard to that. No risk, no reward.
For sure. I mean, it's also I do understand even if it's not a must to stay where you are. Childcare is so expensive in this country, right? If you have family nearby, we're not even talking about co-parenting situations or not. You just don't want to give that up easily. I mean, things are difficult if you don't have. I would know it, right? I've been in this country on my own, more or less, for 2 decades now. So it's tough. You can't count on anyone when you need to take care of something, or when you need to take care of yourself and you just can't cope at the moment. It's hard. And imagine having to take care of another human being and being responsible for that.
I mean, yeah, I see it like my brother right now. He's been with this whole process of me doing the house hunting thing. Like, he's got 2 kids, and he still finds time to like help his little brother out. And I think it's like one of those things like family. If you're fortunate enough to be in a semi-functional one, like not a fully dysfunctional one. Like,
I mean, yeah, I don't think that exists. That only exists in the ideal world. So don't don't give yourself or your family a hard time. I think we're all dysfunctional in our own way. Jake Brooks, $9.99. Could we get a panel vote on Tissot PRX dial color? I think JB means the Powermatic 80, not the chronograph, not the 35 with the quartz movement. So what do we think? What do we think? What do we think?
Damn, like that
What do you
green,
reckon? What do you reckon?
the new green dial is intriguing,
Hmm.
but I haven't seen it in person. I tried on the blue at the store, which is very nice.
So there's blue, there's black, there is green. What else is there?
Is there like a silver or a white version? I can't. I
Is
can't
there a white
recall.
one?
I think, let's see. So we
Full
saw
on John's got the black. He loves it.
there's
Yes.
the green.
So that green there looks kind of like a hunter or like a kind of like a forest green, what I would describe as that. But it's I think in person it's actually darker. I think somehow those photographs make it look like a brighter green than it is.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they always do because, to be fair to them, in these sorts of renderings and on websites, if they make it look as dark as it does in actual life, it might be hard to separate it from the black that we see right now. So I understand that they are trying to distinguish it. I think for the waffle dial, basically there are those three options. There's black, there is green, which again is actually a darker shade, like St. Peter said, maybe more of a hunter green than this sort of bright green. And then there is blue, which also is kind of a chameleon like color, even in this one. You know, it can register quite dark, it can register in that blurple, purple kind of thing.
What about the two-tone? There's that chocolate two-tone option, right?
Yeah, that is a 80 as well, right? That is the Powermatic 80.
And those are quite expensive, right? Those are like 1,200 or 1,800 or something like that. They actually have a gold.
No, it's like I think it was. Oh, that's an actual 18 karat gold bezel.
it's
Okay,
like
there's one with the smooth bezel. That's basically two-tone.
So that looks like the Royal Oak white dial. That's kind of what that color looks like.
Right. So that's basically the same price. Just a $20 upcharge, but then the real 18 karat gold bezel with fluted decoration and this deep blue dial, that's at a serious markup. It's almost 2,000.
I can't believe Rolex didn't figure out a way to. Oh, I guess maybe the patent ran out. That looks exactly like their fluted bezel. Like it looks just like it. The shape of it, like the depth of the flute. Like when you look at the Parmigiani fluted bezel, it's a completely different aspect ratio.
Mm-hmm. It's actually, I mean, the finer it is, the harder it is in a way to apply. But then when you have a little, when you have them a little wider, then you have, I think, more of a play of the light, which I prefer aesthetically. So I don't know. The coin edging is very elegant and nice to see, like on the Type 20 case. By the way, I didn't do a wrist check today, and I had promised the viewers that I would do it on a daily basis. And I was talking about Alcantara straps as an alternative to suede or nubuck. So this is what I have, my Breguet Type 20 on a Alcantara strap.
How's that piece holding up?
Great. Look at the beautiful flyback function.
So nice.
Yeah, I love it, man. This is absolutely one of my favorites. I'm so happy that I got it. All right. What are we thinking? What is your favorite dial color for the PRX Powermatic 80, Aiden?
So the choices are, what is it? White, black, and blue. Is that right? Or do we get to choose the gold, or what's the?
So this, I don't know. I think let's sideline this for this discussion. I think this is just in another segment anyways, but the two-tone as it's executed like this, when it's not real gold, this is just something I think PVD coated. That's the white. It's still under $700 in retail price. The black, the green, and then the blue, which also comes on a full bracelet as well, but just for quick reference.
Yeah, my choice would be I think the green's interesting, but I would actually go with the blue. I'd go with the blue, 100%.
I'm going blue too. I mean, for me, it's a really tough call between the black and the blue. But I just, man, for the price point, like, it's so crazy that I feel like this watch got talked about so much at the beginning, right after they launched it, and rightly so. It's just like, it's such an amazing value, and I tried it on. I went to the store and I tried it on. I was very impressed with it. And, I tried to get the gal to try it on. I was like, here, try it on. Because I wanted to see if it fit her wrist. Because it was before I bought her the anniversary watch. Right. So I was like, oh, okay. It's like, this would be like a nice gift. And she's not really a watch person, so I didn't want to get anything too fancy.
Do you know if it had a screw down crown? I honestly don't know.
I actually didn't spend enough time with it. We kind of, we had the kids, so it was like pop in the store, trying a couple watches. It was kind of it. I didn't really spend enough time with it. I mean, I asked the guy about strap options because at the time they didn't have the, yep, there you go. Like, that's one of the things too. 2-year warranty, that's a little sad. It'd be nice if they gave you a little bit more than 2 years. But I know that's kind of the industry standard, unfortunately.
Yeah. I think at that price range, it's not bad, 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, you break it down, what you're spending about $350. Like, if the watch only lasts you 2 years, you're spending less than $1 a day to have that watch.
And please do realize, right, that when you get something like this with an authorized dealer, I know it's rather popular, but if you find it in a case, trust me, they can give you a discount. You can ask for a discount. On eBay, I see them all the time in practically unworn condition and sometimes genuinely unworn condition for less than this as well. So you can even get a better deal. It is already a good deal, with the quick release system and the alternative straps you have. I think there are companies which I will not advertise because they are not paying me, but they make alternative rubber straps for these, which have become really popular. So I think this is a great watch for the money. My vote is actually for the green. But I have a very specific point about this. I mean, I have a lot of Rolex in my collection. I have this Type 20 that's also a black dial, so I don't want to get another black dial watch. I know the dial itself has a little more interest. It's not a particularly artisan application, but it's still a waffle dial. And I do have a waffle dial watch in the King Turtle, Seiko King Turtle, and I do love that. But that's a very different shade of green. That's a more kind of the SRPE 05 is more of a khaki / like a military fatigue kind of shade, whereas this is like a forest green, pine green, you might even say. I like this. I think this would be my choice.
Interesting.
I can't stress enough how much I actually think this is a great value for what you get. That breakdown that I gave you before of it's like less than $1 a day. I mean, I know that's my own Like that's my own neuroses. Like I think about value that way, but it's like
Why
the only
not?
thing we have are days, right? Like that's all we have is, you could plan out all this stuff for the future, but you never really know. And if you're spending $7 on a coffee, I mean, that means you could have 7
Dude,
PRX. That
that
means
that
you
hurt me. That hurt me so much because there's no way that I will buy a cup of coffee at a coffee shop and also not tip. So when the coffee itself is already $5 and change or $6 with tax and
oh,
everything, you end up paying another dollar eh, as a tip at least. You end up paying $7. I mean, that was my worst experience about being
as
in New York and living in Brooklyn, which was even not even that she of a part, to be honest.
right,
Um,
right. I mean, that's why, to quote Meach, it's Joe Biden's economy. And
please don't.
no, I had it's of course it was $5 before. It's been like $5, $6 for a cup of coffee for what? Like how it's been so long. But I remember when it was 250, and that just shows my age, right?
Look, I
Like
mean, I also remember
so
when I think it's still a buck at 7-Eleven, and I wasn't above that before the pandemic, but now out in the open with those pictures, I get a little irritated, but I'm
right.
not. This is my shtick, as you guys know. This
Oh, you got the Bustelo.
when I'm at
Yeah,
home,
yeah.
this is my thing.
I was making that. I was
Nice.
making that at the lady's place today. That's the coffee she has.
Yeah,
Yep. She has got the can.
it
Right.
almost matches my
Right.
sweatshirt.
You should just get the Cafe Bustelo T-shirt.
I have it. I have two, in fact. When one is in laundry, I can wear the other one.
You go with the other one. I tell you what, man. I made that coffee, so her coffee machine to me is like very contrived, and it actually doesn't work that well. But like, she spent the money on it. She's committed to continuing to use the coffee machine. I'm like, okay, fine. I'll use your like shitty coffee machine. But like, I'm actually figuring out how to make it work. And there's a milk frother, right? So it's like it's like the Keurig, where
Mm.
you like they're designed for people that like they don't want to deal with coffee beans, so they just drop the pod in there. But like she actually buys the canned coffee, so the cup there's like a micro mesh filter that you put the espresso ground coffee into, and you put that in there, and then on the side of the machine there's this little frother that's heated. It's kind of brilliant, right? It's like this stainless steel mug with it actually looks like a little sauce pot. Like it's this tiny thing, and you drop it on, and it will stir up the milk and heat it at the same time. So you could be doing the drip coffee on the one side, and then making the latte or espresso or sorry
Mm.
cappuccino milk on the other side. And I figured it out. Like I finally figured out this machine, and I made a cup of coffee, and it was not bad. I have to admit, So
So do you like it a latte?
I, I'm more of a
That's the best joke I got.
I'm more of a macchiato.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm more of
Um,
a macchiato cappuccino kind of guy, but latte every once in a while.
I want to respond to a few people in the chat. Full on John, thank you for the compliment. Nick Butter compliments the PRX. Close to 4 days in power. Guys, I keep saying this. The Powermatic 80 is the Swatch Group's secret weapon. They have it all across the board in a lot of their sub $1,000 watches. And it's just great because what they did with the Powermatic is truly amazing in the sense they just took the most common, you might say, pedestrian, and I don't use this in any negative or derogatory sense. They have taken the most pedestrian ETA caliber, 28, 24 2. Of course, they have done a lot of other things on it as well, but they have basically slowed the beat down to 3 hertz, which gives them 80 hours of power reserve, which is pretty amazing for this price point for a watch. The Powermatic 80 is also found in Hamilton watches, in Certina watches, in other Tissot watches, not necessarily PRX. So, look for it, and it's really a great. I mean, if you want the Khaki Field Automatic, for example, which is an extremely popular watch, that runs on a Powermatic 80 as well. I think there are a few Certina watches that run on Powermatic 80, and they are marked specifically as such. I think it's the DS line that has a lot of those models. And I think Tissot has like dressier pieces basically that run on Powermatic 80, as well as their dive watch, the Sea Star, that uses the same movement. So if for whatever reason you are not taken by the PRX, you want something a little different, but you're impressed by that workhorse movement, these are all options. Hamilton Khaki Field Automatic, the Tissot PRX, the Tissot Sea Star, the Certina DS series with the Powermatic movements, and there's more. And please feel free to add in the chat. But that's Swatch Group's secret weapon for that particular price point.
But that ETA that's the movement that's in that de facto that I have. That was that first mechanical watch that I got, and I love this thing. I was wearing it. It holds an amazing power reserve, and I think it's only rated for 38 or maybe 42 hours. It's not that much, but I took it off a couple days ago and I set it down, and I picked it back up and it kept time, and I was impressed by that. And it's really great. I only had the service once in 7 years.
Nice.
$700 watch. I only had it serviced once in 7 years, and it still keeps great time. So listen, it's not.
I mean, again, there's nothing. I don't know why people sometimes get so frustrated with just the mention of ETA. There's nothing wrong with ETA calibers. My problem is, for example, when Breitling sells watches at the $5,000 price point with basically the ETA 2824-2 caliber, and the only significant thing they changed about that caliber is to put their branded rotor on it and give it some B whatever name. So when that happens and they try to sell you a watch with a movement that you can find in dozens of sub 1,000 watches, that gets iffy for me. But beyond that, I'm not really impressed by any brand or necessarily averted by any particular brand of caliber manufacturer, honestly.
Yeah.
And there are different grades of it. There are different grades of it. There are different ways that you can regulate these calibers. Of course, different ways you can assemble them and finish them. But at the end of the day, if you're going to sell me the new Super Ocean Heritage at $5,000 and I can get, any diver watch from the Swatch Group, around $1,000 with basically the same performance, that's a little bit of a downer and kind of an insult to a huge brand like Breitling.
Yeah. What about the ETA coaxials that are in like the, I think 90s-ish Seamasters? I mean, you are like, oh man, that's an ETA, or are you just like, oh well, it's got the coaxial and that's okay? Or
I love the 90s Seamasters. I mean, I actually of all Seamasters, the one I would love to own in my collection is that first automatic Bond Seamaster, the Pierce Brosnan.
Which one is that?
I think the reference number should be something
It's
like
probably like 15 or 20 digits long, whatever it
no,
is.
I think it's like 2531.80. 2531.80. I think that's the
That's a
reference number.
reasonable reference.
Yeah, the wave dials are amazing on those ones. They used to be actual guilloche too, rather than engraved. So there's some real depth to them that you simply can't find in today's Seamasters. Let me see if I can pull up one. Yeah, I love that piece, man.
Yeah, I've got the coaxial Seamaster. Although it's not that one, it's the one more generation above, but it's still the wave in that same exact shape and case.
Look at how gloriously tattered that box is. Amazing.
Wow.
You know what kind of a geek I am, but I love this kind of stuff, man. Give me this over something new and shiny every day of the week.
The Seamaster that I had it on my list for a while, and I kind of regret not buying it because I feel like it's a really good deal. It's kind of like the Polar Explorer 2 version of the Seamaster that they sometimes call the Great White. It's the Seamaster GMT.
Yep, that's the professor's favorite, actually.
Oh, no wonder.
Yeah,
no wonder.
And the professor's first luxury watch was also an Explorer 2 with a polar white dial too. So
that was
guess
his
it
first
kinda
watch.
makes sense.
Does he still have
First
it?
luxury watch? Yeah.
I never asked him about that. Does he? This thing to me is an amazing value because it doesn't have that ridiculous helium escape valve, but it has the same water resistance. So I think it's still 300. Or at least
I don't mind the helium escape valve. I think that kind of just completes the look of the iconic look of the Seamaster. You know, that's what James Bond had. So it's got to be cool if James Bond did it.
Well, James Bond used to rock a sub, so
Yeah. But the reason I had got the Seamaster coaxial, that older version, was because there was a YouTuber who had that one who I kind of looked up to, and he started around when kind of Archie was starting around. So,
ooh, OG YouTuber,
and it's a cool watch. Now, I have read that this movement in this, I can't remember if there was like issues with this movement or.
I'm sure there were, man. I mean, it's the 90s. What do you think? But let me put it this way. I mean, I lean both ways, Aiden. Pause. I keep that in secret, of course. But like I think there is something quite charming about especially 90s Seamasters, even with the helium escape valve, because it's more flush to the case. It's less it's unobtrusive. It's just a better look. More recently it has grown in size, and to me it's become a little too much. But I like the 2531.80, the first Brosnan. I like the coaxial that you talked about. I love this GMT version of it, whether it's the white dial or this black dial, which is the 50th anniversary Seamaster, actually. So it has that sort of meaningful collectability too. This is not the original bracelet for it, though. It's like a more modern bracelet. So maybe if you can get something like this, which has that tacky two-tone logo there, which makes it, of course, even more perfect. It's amazing. You have the hippocampus on the case back, 50 years.
Yeah, I don't like those intermediate center links. Like, I like the 3-link, the one that's more like a oyster, but it's kind of in between a president and an oyster because of how the shape of the links are.
I know, and again, from a utilitarian perspective, I think what you're talking about wears better. But again, this is just such a wonderful '90s thing. It's
Right,
like
right, right.
it's like hair metal, man. I mean, it
I
is what
know,
it is,
I
or
know. I fucking hate hair.
It's like King Diamond. It belongs to that time, and you still want to blast it once every so often. Um, it's great.
Well,
It's
that's the
great.
thing, I was
Yeah.
watching that Pamela documentary today, and it was like
Mhm.
very 90s nostalgia trip.
Right.
You
I mean, her huge boyfriend again, in more ways than one, was Tommy Lee after all, right?
He gets too much credit for that. It's like
Man, I
people.
mean, why shouldn't he?
Right, right.
That's
Well,
why
I
he
haven't seen
shouldn't.
the tape yet. Everybody tells me you got to see this tape. You got to watch this tape. I'm like, it's like
Dude,
I'm like,
you
I
watched
guess I
it.
have to watch it. I guess I have to
Same,
watch
Peter.
it
I'm
now.
so sorry. I try not to judge anyone on this channel, but I might kick you off for watching the stupid Netflix documentary
Without
before
seeing the
before
without seeing
Tommy Lee and Pamela Anderson's sex tape. I mean, you gotta get your
Ooh.
priorities
I
in order
know,
here.
man. I
Seriously.
don't know why. How I
Ouch.
haven't actually seen that tape. I think actually, you know what? Watching the documentary now, I realize it, and that was the point I was making before. Is like, so when she got picked up by
Uh-oh.
Playboy, like at the beginning,
Hmm.
right? So like her whole deal was like she was from this super small town in BC and in Canada, and she went to this hockey game. I believe it was a hockey game, and they threw her on the jumbotron, and she was just like this young girl like some weirdo, creepy camera guy at the fucking because right, that was it. Like who else would like she was like in the audience. At least that's how I enter. Like, I don't know. Maybe the story is different, but so all of a sudden they throw her on the jumbotron or whatever the equivalent of that was, and people are like, "Oh my god, who is this girl?" Right? Because she's just this radiant, like beautiful being, but she was like still pretty young at the time. And then the team was like, "We want you to be the face of our branding." Like they basically were like,
I
"You're."
love the way, by the way, you made it so creepy by saying this. She was this radiant, beautiful thing. What are you, 70 years old?
Well,
Ooh.
that's the narrative. That's the narrative of the documentary, right? Like that's how they make it. That's how they make it seem, you know.
Yeah.
And hey, I'm
Mhm.
watching this like, oh, okay, or whatever, and and then it goes from being like this, this hockey team to all of a sudden like Playboy's calling her up like we want you to come to California, like move out here right now, you know and so there's this whole era of like the early work, right? It is crazy, but there is this point in time in the movie when, and I think at this point in time she had already been through like multiple husbands, and like that's like this theme where like this is kind of happening, and they're like, so what's up with the money? Like, and she's like, oh yeah, I never really like there was never that much money, or like somehow with all of this fame and stardom, like there was still this aspect of like financial insecurity, and
Yeah.
and it just makes me wonder because there's a part in the movie when she gets offered this deal with Playboy, right? So she's like this girl from like small town Canada. We want to fly you out, like, yeah, come to California, like we're gonna set you up, you're gonna like you're gonna work for Playboy, you'll be a playmate, whatever, the whole deal. And she tells a story about, and this is my first apartment, and she
Mm.
talks about the apartment that she lived in. And when you see it, it's like it's fine. Like, listen, I don't like, like I don't want to make it seem like I'm being you know, judgmental about a person's, you know, housing accommodations or whatever, but it's like, wait a second. So like you went to the Playboy Mansion, like Hef met you, like all his people met you, and they invited you to come to be part of this like multi-million dollar global empire. And like that's the apartment that you're living in. Like there so in the documentary there isn't transparency about, oh well, they invited me to come work for them and this is what they were paying me and this is what I had to do for the money. Like that wasn't part of it,
Yeah.
right? Like, but you see, like, to her it was exciting, right? Like just
I
to get
mean,
out of this small town and like go to LA and like be part of the Playboy thing and
you
like
know,
live in this like tiny apartment.
I
Like,
feel like, I appreciate the narrative, and I want to watch it, but I feel that's not too much different than, for example, the life of a college athlete, right? The way that people take so much advantage of these people when their families might have difficulty paying the electricity bill. Um, Colleges and universities and a lot of other people make millions and millions of dollars on their back, and they are, unless they have some sort of what is currently behind a under the table kind of arrangement, they're not paid anything for it. They can certainly not count on it, right? Because it's nothing contractual, um, and their entire future depends on getting that degree at the very least, but certainly performing on their sport. And rising to the top is very hard, and it's really only for the 1%. So as much as I sympathize with the situation of sex workers, who are, after all, workers, I feel sometimes people forget about. I hate to be like this, like a man's rights activist, but I feel like sometimes young men
it's not
struggle.
just for men though. I mean,
But I mean,
women athletes experience the same thing.
yes, of course, but I mean, men's sports are usually making more money, so those people are deprived of more money than.
For the institutions.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I feel like, again, not to be a total men's rights activist about it, but I think the troubles of young men never get highlighted in this particular way, whereas we see a lot of these stories because it's the thing to do now. I mean, look, of all people that I will feel sorry about, I just can't bring myself to feel sorry about Pamela Anderson.
Oh
I
no,
don't know
listen,
why.
I by no means was trying to say we should all now shed a tear for, you know, this person who, like, because through the movie towards the end there was this whole period of time after she had gone through like several marriages and the whole deal, and like she went through this whole process of backing out of the lawsuit. Like, so before the sex tape
Mm.
really exploded, she was like, we're going to sue these fuckers. And like her and Tommy were still together, and they started to initiate this lawsuit. And it ended up becoming so emotionally draining for her, like the process of dealing with the legal proceedings, that she was like, you know what, fuck this. Like, I'm out. Like, I don't care. I just want to be done with this. And so there was this whole narrative aspect of the film where you could argue that it was bad timing on her part, but I was like, what? Like, what the fuck? Like, so you, like, they're basically, the way that they portrayed it in this movie is like they had this big safe,
Mm.
and it was during this period of time. And this, I think, actually is like a pretty relevant conversation to people that are interested in like actually holding physical assets, like things like, let's say it's gold bullion or cash or diamonds or jewelry, watches, any of this kind of stuff. Like, you know, safes, okay, sure, they're hard to get into and they're heavy, they're hard to move. But, you know, thieves who are looking for a score, you know, I just watched Heat this weekend. Like, like people who are serious thieves, they'll fucking steal the entire safe out of your house. Like they'll pull the whole thing out of your house. They don't need to crack the safe while they're in your place. It doesn't matter. They'll just pull the whole thing out. And in most cases, that's how they do it, right? They'll just literally rip the entire safe out of your place.
Mm.
So insurance companies and the way that they insure your collection of valuables, whether it's jewelry, cash, gold bullion, whatever the case is, a lot of that stuff is actually hard to get insured, but there's ways to do it. They want to specify the kind of safe. It's got to be a certain weight. It depends on what your it depends on what your zip code is, the type of building you're in, all these things, because these insurance companies, they have all this data on what who is likely to be a victim of this kind of theft, right? So they had this giant safe that apparently was the size of a refrigerator. Tommy had all his guns in it. Pamela claimed that she had all these champagne corks that she had built up over all the years of all these romantic events that they shared together, and they also had all these tapes in there, right? So the way that this documentary claims it is that's how the tape was ultimately released. Is their house was under construction at one point in time, and Lord knows what kind of crazy rock and roll lifestyle partying they're getting into, but they're either there or they're not there. They're probably traveling around the world being millionaires, and they come home one day and all of a sudden they're like, well, where's the safe? And the way she tells the story is that somehow the safe disappeared and they didn't realize that it disappeared for up to 6 months. So like up to 6 months goes by where this safe that had all these like hyper valuable things, including these super intimate personal recordings of themselves and all this stuff. And they were like, oh, well, we don't know. And like, they can never pinpoint the robbery. So it was like this very like vague thing.
I mean, as much as I find that's sometimes hard to believe, I have seen just maybe a couple of months ago, a collector I follow on Instagram posted this story about retrieving his Patek annual calendar from the pocket of his coat after 6 years. I think the story was after he already decided that it was lost and stolen, and he finds
file
it.
A claim.
I'm not sure. I don't think it talked about the insurance situation, the post. This wasn't someone that I knew personally. It was someone I followed on Instagram. But I was like, wow. Imagine losing that kind of watch and not, turning over everything inside the house before, giving up on it and considering it, lost to the world.
Well, I've had that experience before, and it's incredibly frustrating. And
I know.
it's not like, for me, it's not with an object like that in terms of value. But I've had that experience with like really sentimental objects. Like in some cases, like there was a period of time that I thought I lost, which I'm now like literally looking at on my bookshelf as I speak to you, like this baby book that my mother has been compiling since I was a child. Like there's all these photographs of me. There's like trimmings of my baby hair, like in the fucking pages of this book. Like, and she knit, like she made the binding, like it's like this handcrafted object, probably one of the most valuable things that I own in terms of sentimental value. Like regardless of all the fucking bullshit I've accumulated in my life, nothing will be able to replace this. And I remember freaking out with one of my exes at one of my previous residences because I couldn't find this thing. And I was fucking tearing up the whole apartment, like going through all my shit. Like, where is it? Like, I know I had it, and it's really tough. Like, if you accumulate enough stuff, and if you have boxes of, books here, you got records over there, you got files, like you got all your finances, and it's all this shit, to actually methodically be able to go through all that stuff and categorize it, it takes a really long time.
I know.
And so I, like, part of me kind of gets that experience. Like I understand, right?
No, I mean, I mean to say that, I don't, somehow I do believe that they may not have noticed for a while, especially because, like, it's not broken in, right? It just disappears. So when something disappears without leaving a trace, you might actually kind of be oblivious to it, especially when you are saying, they're living a rock star,
right,
kind of lifestyle, which, God knows what their priorities were at that point. But honestly, yes, I sometimes, like, I didn't tear the entire house down because I found it very quickly, but I had these two cufflinks, well, a pair of cufflinks that I really like, and I couldn't find one of them. So I was supposed to leave, like, 10 minutes, but I was like, no, F that. I'm gonna find this, and I'm not leaving before I find it. So I ended up leaving in half an hour until I found that cufflink.
What kind of cufflinks are they?
They're just something that I got for myself. They are in the shape of the octagon, which I really like. Obviously, I think that comes as no surprise. But let me see if I have them around.
Interesting. Yeah, I've got some. I've got some cufflinks as well, and to be honest, I don't really use them much, but I keep them in case I do decide to use them one day. It's cool to have as part of the full set.
Yeah, it's these.
Nice.
They're pretty cool. They have some engine turning on them as well.
Are they steel or what are they? Silver?
They're gold plated. They're not actually gold. So, but yeah, it's pretty cool little set.
Nice.
Yeah, I like the shape. So I really enjoy these.
Yeah, it can definitely make an outfit just that little bit more interesting where you have that on there.
Yeah. Like a little bit of. Yeah, I love those.
Yeah, I've got some. They're silver, and then they have I think it's either 14 or 18 karat. I don't remember, gold like accents on there, and that's nice. They're pretty nice.
I mean, I have some cufflinks that are 9 karat actually, and I kind of like them because cufflinks, if you actually wear them often, they can get dinged and scratched quite quickly. And of course, the higher they are, the softer they are as well. So for something like cufflinks, actually, I wouldn't mind something even lower than 14. I know it's more precious when it's a higher carat, but I look at that as something a little more utilitarian. So
yeah, it's funny that you bring that up because I have two different sets of two completely different ones, and one of them that has like the gold like in the middle. Actually, whenever I bought them, one of them was dinged in, and I got a substantial discount. And I still think they're pretty nice, so it's just whatever.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot of those things are things that I got from vintage stores, if not eBay. So
yeah.
a lot of the cufflinks, those are some of the best things to thrift because most people don't use them anymore, right? Ties, cufflinks. if you're actually into them, it's dirt cheap, and you can find great, very tasteful stuff for just a song, really.
Yeah,
I
they're not
never-
not a huge demand for those, and so I mean, I got some. What do they call those? Like hype brands or whatever.
Mm.
What was the word I was thinking?
hype brands.
A
Luxury.
designer. I'm sorry, designer brand. Got like a designer brand, for affordable price. So
I wonder about making these cufflinks. Like, so what makes a good cufflink? Because that's a small piece of metal. I could probably bang that out.
For me, it has to be the design. I love double-sided stuff, right? Because a lot of times cufflinks have like a design on one end and then a keeper on the other, which is fine. Don't take me wrong, but since when you're wearing a linked cuff, usually when it shows, both sides show, both the outside and inside. So I feel like that detail is left out if you don't have a double-sided. So I like the double-sided ones. I like stuff that's it can match, or it can be I have that stuff that's basically like regimental on one side and then has a random symbol on the other. I can bring them out and
Yeah. Well, what's it like if you had to pull up an example of like what your best cufflink would be, or what the most sophisticated cufflink would be?
who are you asking? What would be what was your question?
Like, what is an example of like, this is the best cufflink, or this is a good cufflink?
I think it really just comes down to personal preference with cufflinks. I mean, there's no movement; it's just a piece of metal that goes in there. So I think that it really just depends on maybe.
But the functionality,
material?
like, is it like a one piece thing that has like a articulating, folding? Yeah. Oh, that's like a chain. That's
yeah, this is my most. I still got this. I think maybe for $100 or something. This is actual 9-carat
nice.
pink gold.
Is it? What's the color? Is that enamel or?
Yes, the regimental design is enamel, and then I think so is this.
Nice. It's cool.
There's
like
I like this stuff.
There's like a laurel crest on that.
Yeah, it has like an old kind of bust, like man's bust, and then a laurel wreath. And I have a couple of these, I have one in silver, one in brass, and I like that style. But I also love simply, anything that is double-sided. I think I don't know if I have those at hand, but I had one with mother of pearl on both sides.
Nice.
And maybe tinted with some coral shade. Those are nice.
Yeah, I just remember seeing the like on a Richard Meals website, like he made these like fancy articulating cufflinks, and there was like this whole diagram and an explanation as to why, like, buy like it's like, I mean, of course, like the type of person who's buying those cufflinks is probably, they just want to have the matching cufflinks of their watch, kind of thing, because you see that with the Tech and AP and all that stuff.
For me, I always, I don't know, I like the preppy style. So a lot of times I just wear an Oxford, shirt with a button-down collar and whatever. I do have a few shirts that do actually require a cufflink, but that's an affectation that I picked up mostly in New York. Before I came to New York, I don't think I've ever worn a pair of cufflinks, but I remember the first time I went to the Ralph Lauren store at the Rhinelander Mansion. They always have that vintage section right? Where they used to also have a lot of watches too, a lot of Rolexes especially, and they always have an entire selection of vintage cufflinks that are kind of like this, and they sell them for, you know, starting from 500-600 all the way up to $2,000-3,000 with I also have a pair with that look like stirrups, kind of like an equestrian theme, in two-tone, which, you know, I almost always wear with my root beer. I like that. But yeah, it's, for me, it's basically a pure indulgence, because, you know, for most occasions, professionally or personally, I really shouldn't be even wearing a, you know, collared shirt, to be honest. But yeah, for very special occasions, I like wearing, you know, a nice shirt with linked cuffs, and, you know, putting on something, you know, that's more jewelry like, rather than just a watch.
You know, I have to admit, the person who's probably inspired me to want to wear cufflinks more than anyone else is Cornell West. Because that guy always wears a heavily, like, his suits that he wears. I think he usually always wears a vest, and I think
Yeah, he always wears a three-piece, actually.
and you know, and I've just noticed, like, his cuffs are like super pronounced, right? It's like just this, it's like this thing, and like he's just very, like, the way that he gestures and motions, and like, and I've just looked at that, and I looked at his whole style, like, and his whole history, and like, you go back through like the whole past, and you know, it's all this like civil rights era, like, exactly, and even that is an old picture, like that's an old photograph,
Yeah.
and like that dude
I have,
still fucking dresses like that.
by the way, I've heard that even in graduate school, he was always attending the courses in three-piece suits. So I think that's just his trademark. I remember watching a YouTube video where he was talking about his style. I want to actually pull that up now if I can find it. But yeah, please go on.
No, I was just
Yeah.
saying, like, you know, I like, this guy to me is like, he's kind of one of my personal heroes, because what the way that he talks, like when he gives lectures, and he communicates, he does it in a way that is both like incredibly esoteric and like conceptually high,
What do you
but
think style is?
I think style has to do with the ways in which you're able to orient your critical intelligence, your spirituality, and your sense of character. And that it's an orientation that has to do with comportment. It's how you comport yourself. It's how you move through space and time. It's the rhythm, it's the tempo, it's the kind of form and style, the form and content, style and substance of your body, mind, heart, and soul.
It's pretty good, huh?
right.
That it's a whole 3-minute thing. I don't want to take that entire time, and I also don't want to, you know, go into the whole copyright shtick
Right,
of,
right,
you know,
sure.
stopping every 15 seconds and, you know, intervening, because one of the great things about Cornell West's eloquence is that he's very coherent. And he can, you know, I don't want to interrupt that and chop it up in an arbitrary way simply because it's another YouTube video. But I would highly recommend that everyone watches that. I will just send the link in the chat, because he talks about style in a substantive way and not just simply in terms of clothing. But that's Dr. Cornell.
Yeah,
West.
I had a moment. I had a moment when, you know, I can't remember why it was that I really started focusing on his work, but he's been a prominent figure for quite a while, and he was out there and he was gaining attention before I personally was paying attention. But there was a period of time that I started paying attention to the things that he was saying and that kind of stuff. And the one thing that to me was really, really inspiring and resonated with me, even though I can't identify with his experience and the experience that he was talking about, but like he was talking about this unique American struggle, right? Like this unique African American struggle, this black struggle that people of color, specifically descendants of slaves in America, have been going through for hundreds of years. And he always talks in a very inspirational and motivational language about, we have been through this, we've gone through this, and look at what we have accomplished, and our strength and our perseverance is what allows us to keep going.
I think the great thing about Cornel West is he's a coalition builder of a real sort. I mean, first of all, he's a believing Christian, but also a very committed philosopher. He's someone who has, all these brand names in his education, and he has taught in them too, Harvard, Princeton, Yale, Union Theological Seminary, and so many other places. And again, as much as he has inherited, I think he has a lot of ministers in his family, but I think specifically the grandson, he is a grandson of a Baptist minister, if I'm not mistaken. And he articulates his own experience and the experience of Black people in this country in a way that includes, that embraces, that forges connections and that builds alliances. I think that's what I find really admirable about Cornel West. And he's also a great performer. He's an exceptional public speaker. That's something I've always found very inspiring. And I love the way that he calls everyone brother and sister as well. That's exemplary. That's exemplary also. That's the way he reaches out to people, and he takes
talk about coalition building, man. It's like we are all brothers and sisters. But it's true. It's true. Like, that's the thing. Like, you have to believe that. Because if you don't, like, where do you exist on this planet, right? When we can actually trace, if we have the science, like, you can go back in time, like, we can trace our roots back to these really primitive places. It's like, at the end of the day, like, we are, in one way or another, like, we're brothers and sisters. Like, this is a small planet,
the human race, man. That is where it's at.
So I've gained a lot for me, I feel like I've gained a lot from, like, just listening to the way that he speaks about this kind of stuff, where it's like, oh, I think about it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's true. Like, I have to reconsider that. It's a type of, I don't know if it's a type of empathy, right? Or a type of, like,
guys, by the way, I've just sent the link. Please subscribe to Aidan's channel. I didn't even know that it existed, so I'm subscriber number 19 now. So let's put it up. Let's pull it up. Let's support Aidan. He has a lot of guitar playing videos there, but I think he also is going to add other
21
content.
I got 21.
Nice. Now it's 22. Nice, guys.
There you go.
Amazing. Thank you so much for subscribing to Aidan's channel.
Oh wow, that's the most amount of subscribers I've ever got in one day.
You'll be a YouTube sensation before you know it.
I was just watching someone who was talking about Spurs because we won against Manchester City today, and just in one live stream, I think he added like 2,000 subscribers, and I'm like, I don't even have 2,000 subscribers.
You
But
gotta hit those. You gotta hit those hashtags. You gotta hit those. I don't know. You gotta get on.
I'm on it.
You gotta get
I'm
in
on it.
on his on the. You gotta get in on that guy's chat.
It's
No,
hard.
you remember the most popular live stream on this channel ever was the Real Madrid Liverpool Champions League final, where I had two of my friends here, and we just did play by play, and we had a lot of people just coming to
That's the
watch
algorithm,
the
man. That's
watch
crazy.
the Champions League with us. Yeah, the final.
Well, you gotta hit it up.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Look, I mean, I love sports talk, but then again, it's not really my strongest suit. You know, I love doing it once every so often, but it has to be something specific. The thing that I'm going back to again, it's simply because I don't have time, not because I don't know it. But yesterday I found some time. I locked myself in the bathroom and I just spoke to my phone for 1 minute about AP's tradition of innovation, and that video has almost 1,000 views now.
Yeah,
So it's
crazy.
those kinds of videos that gain traction. 1 minute, 5 minutes, and I try my best, to produce that kind of content. But it's not always easy.
The tradition comment. I thought about that a lot because the night before they released all those hyper complications, which I think is kind of like, call them grand comps, whatever, but like whatever they were able to cram into that 1159 case, like literally the night before, we were kind of like, yeah, code, stamp dials, poor water resistance. And part of me wonders, is like, do they do this strategically? Do they do like, they're like, okay, we're going to release this watch. It's a new platform. We don't really care what anybody thinks about it because you still want to buy our Royal Oaks, and everyone knows we can do complications, and in the code line they already had done a petite and super sonnery at that point, and a tourbillon chronograph, skeleton. Like they've done all these crazy, like super fancy complications in the code line. And I think, and they've always been really limited, and they keep trying to build this line. And I'm wondering now if it's that, like, this is the year where they're like, okay, we're just going to dump all of this stuff into it.
Not to be too obnoxious about it, but did you watch my 1 minute video?
I didn't watch the full video.
You couldn't even give 1 minute. Thank you.
No.
So I'm talking about it's actually much more, okay, they are doing what you want, right? They are in a way cramming all these complications. 23, by the way, is the official count, and 40 different functions into the code 1159 case. But what's really impressive is they are basically rebuilding what is an iconic watch for them, from 1899, that they still preserve as the centerpiece of their museum workshop. So the fact that they chose code 1159 to revive that universal watch, universel, is very meaningful, and it tells you how much they are trying to push that particular line. Now again, it's in longer form, I said ultimately it is a marketing ploy, but there are different kinds of marketing ploys. When someone like AP, a company like AP, does a marketing ploy that has horological muscle behind it, I appreciate it, even though it is an unattainable watch for 99.99%, because it is $1.5 million in Swiss francs. But it is a great way of honoring their tradition and insisting, hey, I don't care, what you think, but this is where I think the future lies for our brand. Of course, they could have slapped on those 23 complications in just about any container they wish to. I mean, they took an entire 7 years, I think, to realize the watch. So they could have done it in a Royal Oak just as well, but they did not.
That is pretty interesting. But I don't know. I guess the thing to me that's the most impressive about what they ended up doing was the overall case dimensions. Like that was the thing that kept coming up when like people would be like, oh, and by the way, it was like only 42 millimeters and it's like only 15 millimeters thick, or like somewhere around there, like in terms of the dimensions. Right.
This is
right. Exactly.
this is just a flyback chronograph. I mean, it's impressive, but it's 14 and a half, right? So, of course, these were originally 38 millimeters and I think around 12, because they were hand wound versions of Valjoux. But anyway, that this is just a flyback chronograph. That watch is 42 millimeters and basically 15 millimeters in thickness, and it has the entire world in it, right? I mean, universal, that's what it really means, right? We literally crammed everything into this wristwatch. That's literally what it means.
Yeah, it's just wild, like how they do these releases. It's like, it's like, well, actually, I wonder, because to me it feels like this is like you would know about this more, but like in terms of like boxing, like when you get hit, and then like you have to get like you have to have your guard up, or like you get hit again, right? It's like that's kind of like what it feels like, right? Like it's almost like, oh, okay, like we're just gonna do this, and then
actually
we'll ease you into it.
The worst thing is what you're describing is a situation either that involves feints and fakes, or the way, for example, you chop down the tree, or let me find another boxing platitude, chop down the tree or put water in the basement, which means that you basically put in the work into hitting the guy in the body enough that his guard starts dropping through the rounds. So now you can hit his face, because from all the gas that you have taken out of him, and from all the damage you have done, instinctively the guy is dropping his guard to try to cover his ribs, right? So ultimately his head ends up being exposed, and you can start hitting him on the head. So that's exactly what it really sounds like to me. But you are saying this is what AP has done. They made us drop our guard, and
I think so. I think so. I mean, I think that a lot of people that want to critique AP, I think a lot of the people that maybe are not in that inner circle, who either don't have access, or who are kind of maybe critical of the brand because they just want them to be able to produce the same number of products, like whatever the case may be. I think there's a lot of haters out there, and I think the market trends.
I'm one of them.
It's definitely a lot of haters.
I'm completely schizoid about it, actually. I mean, I love AP and I hate AP, and I express both opinions on this platform. So I belong to both camps. I adore the brand. I really admire its history. I like a lot of the horological work they have done over the years. I love their original designs. I love the custodianship that they take over the best traditions of watchmaking from Vallée du Joux. But I also hate the absolute disrespect for the customer they have these days. I hate the fact that they are caught up in their own hype. I hate the fact that they are trying to push this mall watch looking design on people, because ultimately it doesn't matter whether they have a Grand Complication watch that costs $1.5 million. In that case, that's not making your entry level Code 1159 better. I mean, snap out of it. It has nothing to do with it. But at one level, like we both very well know, watches is about that. It is about that sort of mystery. It is about that sort of mystique that you build around certain designs and certain complications, where you might get something like it and you still feel like you are in that space, you are in that sphere, you are like $1 million yourself, just because you have something like it, something that carries that brand. And
I
I
guess
it's kind of like that.
I guess one of the reasons why I still wasn't swept off my feet is because, and because I've talked about this over and over and over again, but when I think of really high watchmaking, like there's a few brands that come to mind, but like Max Busser and like what he's done, to me, it continues to resonate with me. And like when he introduced like the perpetual Evo, he tells this story where he says, I want to wear a perpetual calendar every day, and I want to be able to wear it, and I want to be able to swim with it, and I want to be able to ride my bike with it and do all these things with it. And to me, it's like, yeah, that's the thing. Like, so it's not 100 meters. Okay. It's not even oyster case resistance, but they sell this like super high end perpetual calendar. There's versions where it's like a zirconium case. They have versions where it's I think they have like a tantalum case, or oh, sorry, no, not tantalum. They have like a palladium case. Like they have all these different versions.
Mm.
I don't know if the palladium one is a full 80 meters or not, but like the whole branding here, the way they show is like ride your bike, play your water sport, go swimming, do whatever you want to do. But
water sports not meant sexually or not?
Say that again.
Water sports in the literal sense or figural sense?
I think both. I mean, I think their branding is, I don't know. I mean, like, I think they're trying to be broad. I mean, it's a little macho.
So you can fist with this. Is that
Right.
what you're saying?
Right. If you need to, you can, but, listen, it's like, the fact that like AP in this, they have this whole new family line that's been out for years, and that like it looks like it kind of wants to be a sports watch, but it's nowhere near being a sports watch, because you can't actually swim with it. Like you can't go swimming with the Code 1159. And I think AP is this kind of brand where they're like, it doesn't matter, because our appeal is so high and broad right now that in 5 more years, we're going to introduce the Code 1159 offshore variant, whatever the fuck that is. And they're going to make it seem like it's such a big deal. And everyone's going to be like, oh, AP, oh, man, oh, finally, we've wanted this for years. We now have the offshore version of the Code 1159. And the Royal Oak at that point in time is still going to be 50 meters, right? It's still going to be disappointing compared to a fucking Rolex oyster case for a fraction of the price. And it doesn't matter, because they're going to be like, oh, well, we're AP and blah, 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 and it's like, for me, it's like at some point in time, I'm like, guys, like, it's just like, I get it. Like, I get the brand thing. I get the hype. And this was what I would end up buying instead. And it's JLC, and all the haters are going to say, well, no one wants to buy JLC, but it's a fully water resistant perpetual calendar that looks amazing.
10 Atmos. That's not too bad for a full perpetual calendar that you can adjust synchronically with a single pusher. And you also have a bidirectional timing bezel that you can operate with the crown. And then you have the crown for the rest, for setting the time. And you can wear it on the matching stainless steel bracelet. You can also wear it with the rubber band that comes with its own déployant buckle.
What's the like average price for these, or just ballpark price?
So the list price now is 33,000, but I've seen them already coming down to 27.5, and maybe a little less as well. It's still, I mean, listen, I mean that's still a lot of money for a watch, huh? But for a perpetual calendar that is an actual sports watch, it's that's a pretty nice thing to have for mid-20s, let's say. I mean, that's unfortunately that's reasonable nowadays.
But what else can you get? Like a full diveable, like a full, like actually you can, well, not like deep diving, but like surface diving, surface swimming with a moon phase, full mechanical perpetual calendar, full stainless bracelet. Like,
I think the stainless steel, no, but the Vacheron Constantin overseas ultra thin perpetual calendars, I think you can use them for very much the same purpose as you would use this watch. But
not for
they are
not for
6 figures. They're 6 figures. They're 6 figures. Yeah.
Because you could do. I mean, you could do this with a G-Shock.
Right.
The thing is about getting this watch. I mean, it just seems like it would be almost impossible to try to get rid of this thing if you decide, well, I want to get something else. I don't like it as much as I used to, or whatever. I bet.
Yeah. Thank you, Archer
really
Luxury. Thank you, Archer Luxury.
Yeah.
But yeah, who cares? I mean,
bro, you don't buy you don't buy this shit thinking you're gonna flip.
For
like,
one,
you buy this watch.
Well,
I love this watch.
Well, hear me out though.
No. What I mean, I will hear you out. I don't want to cut you off. I will give it right back to you. But honestly, that whole thing tires me, and let me tell you why. Because that is common sense adopted from someone who just takes decisions on the spur of a moment. Archie has great advice to give, never takes his own advice, always makes rash decisions, always makes spur of the moment purchases. And of course, then you will have to care about resale value. If you actually studied what you buy, took your own advice, and bought things that you like and you will like for quite some time, you would care less about the resale value. And if you buy things already when they're at a low, like if you get that piece for low 20s, I don't think you'll burn too much more. That's all. But sorry.
I will only add to that before you go, Aiden, just to make my point clear, because I don't know you as well as I know YB, but like every piece that I buy, I assume that money is gone and I'm never going to get it back. That's how I buy my watches. I assume I'm buying this thing and it's going to be a family heirloom. So like that actually really affects my purchase a lot. Like I actually really think about what I'm going to buy a lot before I decide to pull the trigger. And there's watches I've wanted for years. For years I've been thinking about buying and I haven't bought because there's always that thought in my mind. I don't know. Is it, it just doesn't feel right. But every single thing in my collection right now, I don't care. It's like, I don't care. It's like the money is spent. It's gone. I'm never going to get it back again. But these are heirlooms. To me, I have deep emotional connection with these objects and I want them to live on. Like I want to leave them to my niece and nephews. Like I would love to give my brother one of my pieces. Like one day, even though he's older than me, one day I want him to have one of my pieces. Like this is for you, That's how I think about when I buy these things. And this piece to me, not the Vacheron, but the JLC, I thought, man, like actually, you know what? Like I want that thing. Like when I'm ready to spend 30K on a watch, that's a perfect 30K watch to buy. It's a perpetual calendar, heritage Swiss brand, high horology. I could swim with it. I could wear it every day, put it on a strap, put it on a bracelet. Yeah, I'm going to take a hit if I want to try to sell it. But why would I do that? What swimmable perpetual calendar am I going to replace it with?
Yeah. And the thing is though, like I get it. Like I feel the same way. A watch is just an item that's to me it's just like a car or something like that. It's a consumable item. You buy it, the money's gone. That's how, I view it. But at the same time, I would say there's a lot of people, including myself. I've bought watches that you thought, I'm like, wow, I'm going to keep this watch forever. This watch is great. And, a year and a half later, I'm wanting to move on to something else, or, something new comes out, or my tastes change, or I want a smaller size or a bigger size. So I don't
Pause.
know. I would say with most people, they think that they're going to keep it forever, and then all of a sudden, something happens, and then maybe they can't, or they have financial troubles. There's all kinds of things that
I mean,
could come up.
the financial troubles thing is a real thing. And, I've talked about this before previously where like, I have like my first date, just like my first Rolex piece. I got it from the AD, brand new, put every scratch on it myself. Like wanted to get the case back engraved, still want to get the case back engraved now, almost 2 years in. And part of me is wondering, like, do I still want to get the case back engraved? Like, maybe I want to get rid of it. But I'm like, no, I'm going to get the fucking case back engraved because that's it, right? Like, it's unfinished. Like, this piece to me is unfinished because I had the idea of the engraving I wanted to put on the back before I got it. And I still haven't been able to get that done. And I hoped when I bought it, I had really hoped that was a service that the person who I bought it from could provide with the factory warranty and all the paperwork. Like that was like part of the deal, right? It's like, oh no, I want to get it brand new, warranty, card, whole deal with my personalized engraving. And for whatever reason, that wasn't an option. And, so I'm kind of like, yeah, okay, I could take it to anyone to get it engraved. But for me, the only place I would actually want to engrave it at this point is like the RSC, the actual like service center. Like I would only want it to be while it's under warranty with the brand for the 5 years. I would only ever want it to be serviced by the company itself because I wouldn't want there to be anything that would compromise that warranty, which is what, when you buy these things, you pay for that. You pay for that warranty. You're paying for that, whether or not you care.
Yeah.
That's it.
But in regards to, I guess the advice that Archie gives regarding like resale and stuff like that, I think he gives pretty good advice for people who are maybe just coming into the watch hobby and they don't really understand how the watch hobby works, or buying this or buying that, or what's good and what's not. So, I mean, I think that, maybe Rolex is more of a safer way to go, where you're not just going to, versus some other no name brand where I don't know, you're not going to get brand recognition and any of that. And I think it can be good because, maybe beginners don't really know what they want, and then they decide that they don't want it and they need to get out of it. So
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
I understand, but my advice to a beginner who doesn't know what they want is sit the fuck down and figure out what you want, rather than spending money that you will probably not recover, even with the best advice. That's my problem with that kind of advice. Also, because again, hindsight is 2020. This is not even a criticism, but sometimes I see Archie's older videos where he's steering people away from Alain Gonzone, Laurent Ferrier, FP Jean. It's kind of crazy. Like, you can't be Rolex all the time, right? Without knowing that these brands would have taken off in a certain way and gained that mainstream recognition and recovered some part of their value retention, if not actually gone above and beyond it. Without knowing all of that, you gotta open your mind a little bit. You gotta be less impulsive. You gotta be a little more studious, a little more patient, like you said, Aiden, in the very beginning. You gotta just let time figure out what your taste is. And there's so much now with the micro brands, especially. I mean, look, early 2000s, for the very entry level watch, we basically had Seiko and Citizen. Now, people are spoiled for choice. Entry level mechanical watch, I mean, right? We basically had Seiko. Now you have so many great brands, micro brands, international stuff, right under 1,000. It's get one of those, sit down and take the next 2 years to study. What's the hurry?
Yeah. There are
Um,
some people who just got to get something, and then that's just
Yeah.
what they do. And you're right though, that can make some people make some really bad decisions for their preference. So it's because they don't know what they want yet.
Yeah, Chris was asking about whether Polaris Perpetual Calendar has the Kurt Klaus Perpetual Calendar module. Indeed, it does. Unlike the Da Vinci, perhaps, not everything is operated by the single crown, but with a single pusher because of that particular Polaris take, I think, where you have an independent crown for the bezel and an independent crown for the time. I think it would have taken too much time for them to work out, I think, perhaps the architecture of the movement to plug everything to the crown. That's what I'm suspecting. But everything can be actually adjusted with a single pusher synchronously. So you never actually can come up with a imaginary, combination of the moon phase with some random month and year. It has the 4-digit year. And yes, when it comes down to this, Chris, my holy trinity of democratized, complicated watchmaking is Günther Blümlein, Kurt Klaus, and Richard Habring. Kurt Klaus with the Perpetual Calendar module for Valjoux 7750, and Habring with the split-second module for the Valjoux 7750, which he carries on as a tradition, of course, in his own brand, Habring 2. And there was at some point, by the way, I think around 1995, for the 10th anniversary of the Da Vinci line, where they combined them. They had a split-second perpetual calendar chronograph for the IWC Da Vinci, and it was the perfect way to celebrate the 10th anniversary because it had exactly 10 hands on the dial. So,
Hey guys, I gotta head off here. I just want to say thanks for having me on, and thanks for letting me put the link for my channel in the chat. I really appreciate that.
Hey man, wonderful to have you on board, Aiden. Thank you for being here. And guys, once again, I will share with you the link to Aiden's channel. If you haven't signed up yet, please subscribe to Aiden's channel. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Maybe I should put a picture of some cufflinks in there since we're talking about cufflinks. That would be cool.
Yes. And while you're subscribing to Aiden's channel, please hit the like button too. That always helps. Thank you so much.
I very, very much appreciate it. I'll see you guys later. See you, St. Peter, and I'll see you, Young
Cheers,
Brando. I'll
Aiden. Have
catch
a
you
good night, man.
guys in the next one.
Take care, man.
See you guys.
Nice
Yeah.
guy. Love that guy.
He is, and I like how defensive he got about Archie. It reminds me of my earlier days as well.
Yeah, I never actually got into Archie. I got into him for a very short period of time, but it was I feel like the scene was a little toxic, when I was trying to dip in there. So It's hard. It was hard to hang, you know.
It's hard. It's hard.
It is hard. I appreciate the Archie monologues more than the live streams that he would do. You know, like when he would do his like monologues where he would just talk and he would give his opinions. That I watched a fair amount of those, but you know, a lot of the live streams it was like I had
Yeah,
a
you know, I actually didn't know until December 2021 that Archie live streamed at all. I have been watching him since 20 late 2014, 2015. And I had no clue, you know, that there was a live stream channel and that he live streamed. I had no idea. Speaking of which, by the way, I started live streaming last February. I think we are just crossing into Monday, and I think my very first video is actually from February 6th. So
what?
I'm
1 year anniversary.
right, I'm gonna celebrate officially the anniversary on Friday, guys. So check it out. I'm gonna start at 6, and we are gonna run kind of a marathon at least for those 6 hours from 6 p.m. my time, which is 9 p.m. on the East Coast, and we are gonna go until midnight here at least, if not further. So it's a celebration.
Sounds awesome. Well, if I don't have a hot date that night, you can count on me.
All right. Well, that's good to hear, man. I can be your hot
Definitely,
mate.
I'm definitely trying to get the hot date though. You know,
Oh, as well, you
every
should.
week, man, every week. I'm
As
trying
well,
to
you should. As well, you should. I mean, that's the,
I
again, that's the healthy approach.
actually,
Not what I do.
you know what my live date is, or my hot date rather is, it's a life drawing class. So last week,
Okay.
so I met someone in the neighborhood who is alumni, and you know, so we both studied fine art and
Mhm.
different concentrations, different departments, but we were kind of at the same place at the same time.
Nice.
And yeah, and I hadn't seen this person in a while, and it was like, hey, how you doing? Oh, so good to see you. And it was kind of nostalgic because when I moved to my current neighborhood, they were one of the first people who I connected with, and it was peak COVID. You know, it was when no one was fucking going out. You know, everyone was freaked out about going out, but it was when people kind of wanted to go out.
Hmm.
You know, they kind of wanted to like sneak out. And you know, New York in general, because New York got hit pretty hard at the beginning. New York was a place where like people were actually like pretty uptight about the COVID stuff at the beginning. Like
Yeah.
the restrictions here were really hard, and people were taking it really seriously, which I think in the end was a good thing because like a lot of people did get sick and die. So you know, I think it's better that you know for the most part people were being safe. And but there was that whole period of time when everyone was like, "Oh, I don't know what to do," you know. It's like, and I relocated. I moved to a new neighborhood, and I was trying to be very strict and not go out in this whole thing. But when you find yourself in that situation where all of a sudden people are like, "Well, we're out right now. Like we're here. Like what are we going to do?" And you know, so it was like at this bar that was like empty, like no one was there. I met this person and we hung out. We talked for a while outside in the freezing cold because you had to be outside because you couldn't be inside. And then eventually, like, we snuck in this place, and it wasn't really sneaking in because the people in there didn't fucking care because no one was there. They were just happy people were in there buying drinks. And there was like a piano in the back room, and it was like someone started playing piano. There was just like three or four of us, and like someone started playing piano, and we started dancing, and it was just like this beautiful, like it felt like a renegade thing, right? Like it felt like like kind of like, oh, we're like being rebellious, we're breaking the rules, you know. But it was totally fine. Like, in the end, like there was no calamity, like there was no outbreak, like as a result of this. Like it was just this moment where these people are like, fuck it, like we're doing this right now.
It wasn't a super spreader event.
It was not a super spreader event. And so I saw this person, and I've seen this person multiple times over the past couple of years since that happened. But I was like, yeah, hey, like I reminded them about this event, this meeting, and we had this whole conversation. And they invited me to this alumni live drawing thing, which I in turn invited another person to. And it just so happens that's on Friday. So I already, like, for me, it's like, I want to try to do this. But hey, if that doesn't work out, you can count on me, man, because I'm probably just going to be like, fuck, I don't know what to do now.
So you're going to take your woman there next.
Yes, I'm trying to take her. And so I sent her the link. I was like, hey, like, come do this drawing thing, and she really wants to be more creative. Like I see a lot of inspiration in her when she is creative, and she always talks about this. Like she thinks because of her history and what happened in her life at a younger age, she wish she could have focused more on her own creative vision. Like she thinks that was kind of maybe like taken away, or like just there you could sense that like there's this part of being like this creative individual that she wants to connect with. So to me, I thought this is like a really fun thing we could do together. It's like reliving that experience. Like she didn't go to art school. Like she didn't have those live drawing classes where have you ever done those before?
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this when we were in the cigar lounge, as you know. I was saying like, I'm not a good drawer. And you were saying, how do you know? I'm like, I know. I
know
tried
that
this
you're not a
before.
good drawer. Yeah.
Well, look, I mean, everything is about like, I mean, look, I'm not great, but I'm putting the work in now as a live streamer, and the more work I put into it, the better I get. So I'm sure if I applied myself, if I had the passion for drawing, I could get a little bit better. I'm not gonna make, maybe I can find some shtick as an abstract painter now and even make an entire career about it if I can pull confidence game about it. But I'm not gonna become a painter at this point in time. Sure enough, if that were my main hobby and I put a lot of work in, maybe I could get like marginally better. But sometimes, with things you do with your hands, you're either good or not. I think it's really as simple as that. You don't think so?
Well, so I bet I had to ask her like 10 times today. Like last week, I used to tell her what I would pay to get like my hair cut, and I was going to like the fucking hipster barbershop, right? So like I would be the whole like you get the hot towel on the face, like the whole like beard and hair trim, the whole thing. And it cost a fucking fortune, right? So but like place I was going to, you could have a coffee there. They have a cooler full of beer. It's like,
dude, you're in New York. Just go to a Dominican barbershop. What is wrong with you?
So of course that's what she's thinking, right? She's like, what? She's like, what? You're going to the fucking hipster barbershop? Like, what the fuck?
Dude, I got an haircut at a Dominican barbershop like 2 months ago, basically, and it's still great. And I pay a truckload of money here compared to what I paid there, with like including a very generous tip.
Right.
So it's
so here's the deal, right? The whole time I tell her, I'm like, I've been seeing my barber for like, and it's like a very nice woman, by the way. Like I'm not paying some fucking bro. It's like, She's super sweet, and like I've heard her whole story. Like she actually like during COVID, so even before COVID, like her father was dying of cancer, right? And like her father's like old school New York, you know, like I know this information just from like getting to know this person over the years, and I don't have any. I mean, my only regret is I know the shop she works for takes a cut. Like, I wish the money was just going to her. It'd be like, I'll just pay you. Like, you're cool. Like, you know me. I've been seeing her for like 8 fucking years. So she like through all the shit, and she listens to me talk and just fucking rant, and like she remembers shit. Like she pays attention. She's actually a very nice person, like appreciates the business, the whole you know, it's like when you build that relationship with someone,
Yeah.
like you talk about this with your local businesses, your local watchmakers, like that's how I think with like my person who I've been going to, and the idea of like severing that relationship, you know, saying like,
Yeah.
oh man, like,
No, I understand that
you
now.
know,
I
so
understand that now.
so that's it. And
And
listen,
also, you know, part of it is also, you know, beyond that buy local thing, which I actually believe in it. It's not just a phrase for me, but there's also the aspect of, you know, the other day I was on Watch Nicholas's live stream, and Curly was there, and we were talking about shaving and how it's, you know, how for me, I don't necessarily care what kind of material I use. I always use the same soap, always use the same uh, you know, safety razor, same balm, and whatever else. But it's a time that I take for myself, with myself. And in a way, going to the barber is that, but with company. So actually, the bond you have, the personal relationship you have with the person who cuts your hair, and the kind of conversations you can have with that person, to me that's the majority of the experience. Otherwise, you know, especially when you live in New York, again, I have to remind you of this, there are, you know, dozens of people who can cut your hair because they are just that talented, but not with everyone you will have that same personal bond, where you can just relax, trust yourself onto their hands, and, you know, spend a nice half hour, 40 minutes, or whatever it is.
yeah, so what I realized too, and the structure with their business has changed. So they basically charge you for chair time. So because I get a full haircut and a full beard thing, that's why it's like one of the most expensive options. So like, oh, if I just wanted to trim, or I just want to blah blah blah, whatever. Like, anyway, the point is, because of how cheap I am, I'll wait like as long as I possibly can until my hair is so embarrassing looking, where it's like I have to fucking go now. And that allows me to like at least tell myself I'm trying to be frugal. Like, oh, I only go 4 times a year, right? So then I'm like that's how I justify it, instead of going like once a month or once every other month. Like I'm like, oh, I used to go once a month. Then it was like once every 2 months. Now I'm like, oh, I go once every 3 months, like because the price just keeps going up. But going back to the original point is like, I tell the lady about that and say like, hey, oh, I gotta go see my barber, and be like, it's nice, I do this. And somehow when she heard how much I was spending, she was like, you're spending that much money? Like, how dare you? And I was like, well, you can cut my hair. Like, I'll pay you. Like, I'll give you the tip. Bro, she fucking
Pause.
she come she
Too
dude,
much information.
she cut my hair today. Like today. Like, and was oh no.
And did you give her the tip?
I gave her the tip. And
Just the
she was
tip, or more?
just, like, she was surprised by the tip. I told her, I was like, I'll give you the tip.
Why not?
And she was like, you gave me money? I was like, yeah, I told you I would give you a tip. She was like, oh, okay.
Oh,
But
there you are, desexualizing the conversation again.
I know,
You know that's not what I meant.
I know. Don't worry. I'll tell you about the other tip later, but It was more. It was more. It was more than that. But
No, you don't need to
I
run
got
it.
that. I got that out of the way the night before. But I don't know. Honestly, it's like it's pretty good. Like the haircut's like a little fucked up. Like I'm not gonna lie, and like there's no point in she and I lying to each other about it. It's like yes, it's not perfect, but like I spent less money, and the money went to her. It didn't go outside the family. So like just going back to like our conversation before, it's like, and she realizes she's like, oh, she was very self conscious about it, wanted to do a better job. Right. And I'm like, okay, cool. Next time you do a better job, like maybe you get a little bit more money, you know? Like why? Like why? Like why? If you have these resources inside your family, like if someone is actually willing to like cut your hair, like why are you going to go give the money to another family? Why would you do
Look,
that?
I mean, um, the funny thing is, this reminds me of my lovely German friend who, after his friend's father, would rank sexual experiences, which goes something like geil, Krankenschwester, Friseuse. So it's like, you can either have, geil is like kind of wicked, like you can either have great sex or you can have sex with a nurse, or the best would be having sex with a hairdresser. So that's kind of the there's a sensuality to that experience, there's an intimacy to that experience that um that's even when it is simply platonic, there's an aspect of care that you enjoy when it's a person. But of course, if it's your actual partner, that's a good, giving someone you love a massage, or taking care of their hair, or like, that just going and bathing together. What a wonderful conversation we're having, by the way.
I mean, it might have
This
been
is
the
great.
work I put in the night before. Who knows? Maybe maybe it was that extra effort. Like you put in a little extra effort every once in a while, and next thing you know,
You
like,
get a free haircut out of it.
well, it wasn't free. I still had to pay for the haircut, but I got the haircut before I paid for it. The promise was, if you give me the haircut, then I'll pay you for it. Right. So there's the trust aspect also.
That's amazing.
All right, buddy. But listen, it's it's like it's the Kari, it's the Kari Voutilainen haircut. I'm going to the lecture tomorrow, so who knows?
Oh, that's
You
right.
might see my head like on the internet. People might be like, "Look at this guy's fucked up haircut."
I
Showing
think
up.
of all things, I would probably recognize your beard more than your hairdo. But
Dude, she didn't.
let's see.
I have to trim that up. I have to leave enough time tomorrow before I go, because it's fucking wild, man. It's like I haven't trimmed it at all, like in a long time. It's like fucking, now that my hair has been cut down, it's fucking huge. But
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, the angle is actually pretty generous and kind of to the side, especially when it switches to Q&A, so you can actually see people who are asking the questions.
yeah,
So maybe if you ask the
I
question,
haven't actually gone. No, I haven't gone to one of the lectures before, and with just, it's like this is a really last minute thing, and I'm actually honestly, I feel kind of bad about this. Like a friend of mine is in from California, and I had originally told them that I would like go. I kind of like flaked on them for this event, and I think I fucked up by like telling them that like I was like, "Oh, do you mind? Like I'm going to this like really important watchmaker lecture." And so, and I even said, I was like, "But I'll be done by 9. Like I can meet you at 9." And they're like, "No, absolutely not. Like I have work the next day." And I was
ooh,
like, "Oh, and then I did this whole thing where I was like, "Well, wait, how long are you in town? Like, let's meet another." And they're like, "I'm already all booked up." Like that's it. Like I know. Like I
I have
realized
just started a quick poll on your misery, by the way. Would you flake
Ah,
on your friend for a Kari Voutilainen lecture? And the options are yes and absolutely yes.
yes, exactly. And oh god, I feel so bad. And I totally apologize. I like texted by being like, sorry for flaking, but like I still want to see you. It was like I just don't know what I don't know what to say. It's like I was like, this guy's like kind of a big deal. like like the initial response from my friend was, I understand. Like their first because they know I'm obsessed with this shit. Like they know they're like, okay, I know you're obsessed with this, but like you told me you were gonna hang out with me and I was like, but wait, like let's hang out another night. And they're like, no, I'm all booked up. Right. So it's kind of
Hmm.
like part of me is I feel like a scumbag because I flaked, but I'm actually being flexible. And they're the one who's like, no, you can only see me on this day at this period of time. And that's it. And if you don't show up, I will be pissed at you as a result of it.
And by the way, did you by any chance read the Financial Times article by Nick Fawkes about Kari Voutilainen, where he calls him the Santa Claus of time? No?
No, I
Yeah.
didn't see that one. I don't I
Okay.
don't have I don't have the Financial Times. Is it free or is that a subscription based
I
periodical?
read it for free online.
Oh,
Um,
nice.
I will send the link into the chat actually.
Nice.
Um, but the connection he makes is, of course, that he's from Lapland, and that's where the mythical Santa Claus is born. So he kind of says, like, he's one of the handful of people who are uh, famous coming out of that town, and he shares that honor with Santa Claus.
I think he's better than Santa, if you ask me. I mean,
But
Santa,
he's real.
exactly.
No offense, kids, but
Right.
Kari Voutilainen is real, whereas Santa Claus
And
is not.
his workshop is fucking sick, man. Like when you see like the
Yeah.
building, I forget what that article was. Was that Hodinky or who wrote that article where they had that whole it looked like it was like a drone, like an aerial photograph of like outside his workshop. It's like on the side of this mountain. It's so beautiful. I mean, you could see that what the fuck?
I don't remember that particular piece, but yeah, he he talks about this. So Nick Fawkes writes in that article that I just posted the link for. To understand Voutilainen's rise, it is necessary to travel into the frozen north to just 4 kilometers south of the Arctic Circle in Lapland, where Voutilainen was born in 1962. Famous sons of the town of Rovaniemi, population 64,194, are a small but diverse bunch. There's Mr. Lordy, he of Monster Mask wearing Eurovision winning fame. Santa Claus, given that Rovaniemi is his hometown, the Santa Claus village is open for business every day of the year. And then there is Kari Voutilainen.
Man, his villa is sick.
Yeah.
Like it is like a fantasy. Like when you look at that house, it is like it looks like a dream, you know? Like yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, maybe for some people that's just mid or average or whatever, but to me that's like, the idea of having this beautiful alpine estate.
Yeah, it's a beautiful chalet. It looks like, or kind of actually, it's what do they call it in in Southern California? They call this like a craftsman's house or something like
Well,
that.
there was like the arts and crafts style, which was popular in California. Sometimes it's referred to as like the craftsman style. But it's the pitch of the roofs, like the California style, like the pitch of the roofs is not quite as steep, right? So it's like a lower pitch angle, like a more obtuse angle. pitch on the roof, and that kind of that stucco finish. Yeah, I think that facade is finished with stucco.
Look at these guys, by the way, folks. These
Yeah,
are
that's
the
the
machines
the
that
Rose
you used
engine, right?
to, yeah, that you used to, engine turn the dials and cases and whatever else you would like. Of course, this is the
S-
guilloche machine, so to speak.
So now correct me if I'm wrong because I'm still educating myself on this as well. But the if you zoom in on the portion of the machine where there's a large disc, so there's all those brass color, like those yellow metal colored discs in a row. Those are the rosettes, correct?
Mhm, mhm.
Or is that how they refer to that? Is that what the like those are the things that
I
the
believe so.
tool so each one of those is this round disc that has a carved pattern into it or a cut pattern into it,
Mhm.
and it rotates and the tool follows that pattern, and then the tool is like on this carriage that moves as it's guided around these rosettes essentially that tell the tool to move in and out and up and down at whatever different frequency. So
By the way, speaking of which, Joshua Shapiro, who just gave the lecture to kick off the year, of which St. Peter is going today already, later today, to see the second one by Kari Voutilainen. Josh Shapiro had given a lecture earlier, I think maybe
he
more
he
than a
did.
few years ago already, about the art of horological engine turning. So I'm gonna drop the link to that if you
I
guys
think
want to
he
watch
actually
it
gave a
live.
lecture this year as well. I think I missed that one.
That's what I said. He gave the first lecture of the year
Oh,
on
sorry.
the rise and fall and rise of American watchmaking. But some years back, he did a lecture on engine turning specifically. So I'm going to send the link to that. That's already posted online.
Yeah, he had donated one of his older machines to the Horological Society, and
Hmm.
it was in the room class that I took. I walked in there, and I showed up early for the class. There was like 2 or 3 people in there, and I'm like, I, I walked in. I was like, "Hey, what's up?" And I'm like looking around at all the tools, and they're like, "Oh yeah, this is a machine that it does the blah blah blah." And I was like, "Oh yeah, like." I was like, yeah, like, is this like the type of machine that like Josh Shapiro uses? And they were like, yeah, actually, this is his old machine. Like, he donated this to the school.
Cool.
The guy who was teaching the class, he just started talking about, these different types of, like, different brands that do this process. And I just remembered, like, oh, this guy, this modern watchmaker, he's like the modern guilloche master. So in this photograph, this is really funny to me. You could see there's like the 2 machines that have a similar, they land right on the floor. And then the third machine, they've built up an additional, what looks like a wooden plinth underneath it. Like you could see like the machine in the middle, right? See how it has like that wooden box under it?
Yeah.
Like that to me is just really interesting. Like for whatever reason, those other 2 machines are at a slightly different elevation, but they're all right now, they're all set
That's
level.
what I was gonna say. I think they're level now. I think they're all arranged to probably the same person to operate the machine, but that machine apparently is actually, not as tall as the other 2, but now they stand at least reasonably level from what I can make out in the picture.
So
Um,
that's a problem that I have in kitchens and also in workshops because most benches are set up for, I think, people that are shorter than I am. So I have to lean over
yeah,
and
you're tall, man.
I know, but my back, like, dude, like honestly, like fucking leaning over all day, like on a short workbench, like your back gets fucked up. So those are the type of things like you don't think about that stuff until you start putting in serious hours. Even at a normal, like the elevation of a normal kitchen counter, if you're, if you're chopping or preparing food, like that's it's like the kind of thing where like your fucking back is like gonna hurt. So I don't know.
All right. Well, look, have fun tomorrow at the Kari Voutilainen lecture at the Horological Society of New York. You'll still be anonymous, maybe, if only you don't speak, because I'm sure the curious viewers might recognize your voice.
Oh
Not to
no,
put
no,
any
no. I'm
pressure.
I'm hoping I think I'm gonna see a bunch of people there that I know just
Oh,
from
nice.
like the watch. I assume like
Right.
from watch community in New York, there's
The
gonna be
community.
the community. Yeah, I don't know about like the YouTube space, but there's definitely
Absolutely.
they're actually one of the collectors who I met at one of the last watch events I went to. Just on his Instagram today, I think he got this sick, insane Voutilainen piece, and like he just posted it, and he's like this very very heavy hitter collector
Mm,
that is really active in like the New York City watch space.
nice.
So I'm anticipating seeing him there, and I don't know how long he's had the watch for, but I think he dropped it because I'm guessing he dropped it because the lecture
He's coming.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like he either met the guy, like either Kari's like in town and like he met him and like got the watch kind of thing, or he's planning on seeing him there tomorrow.
Probably. I mean, if it's a Monday lecture, I hope they're flying him at least. I mean, if he has the time, at least for the weekend, so he can have a little bit of time in New York.
Hmm.
I mean, like you said, he's beautifully situated in Switzerland, no doubt about it. But sometimes you want to travel.
Hey,
Hey,
there's nothing like New York, man.
I think so. I think so. Guys, it's been 4 hours, guys and gals. So another great live stream. Thanks to my friend St. Peter and Aidan Valento. Um, I had, thought that I would talk about auctions, but they can wait. They're here. I will get back to them. This was a great conversation about watches and everything else. So thank you for being here. The Horological Society of New York is hosting Kari Voutilainen tomorrow for the second in their lecture series of this year. He's going to talk about how he built up his independent brand. And as you know, Kari Voutilainen is not only an independent brand, he also tries to put himself on the map in an even broader and more enthusiastic way. He has ended the last year on a bang, basically, by collaborating with Zenit and Philips watches on those observatory grade 135 calibers. Very beautiful and exclusive pieces. They have also auctioned off one with a salmon dial for the benefit of fighting breast cancer. The proceeds actually, at least in part, I don't know which part, I don't know how much, but it went to the Susan Komen Foundation. And as you know, he's also helming the effort to resurrect Urban Jürgensen watches as well. So I'm sure he will talk about mostly his own brand, but if you can get a word out of him, St. Peter, in some context, in some shape or form, about what he's planning with UJ, Urban Jürgensen, would be great as well. And thank you. I will catch up with you all tomorrow. Until then, I bid you adieu. Save the date for Friday, when I will be celebrating with you guys the first anniversary of this channel. It's a major milestone for the channel. I hope you can drop by. I hope you can get on the panel. Look forward to it already.
Thank you.
the like button on your way out. Bye-bye.